Hi everyone, welcome. Welcome to Open Education channel. In this video tutorial, we are going to create a CRUD application, and in this application, we will use ASP.NET Core 5 Web API as backend and React as a front-end framework. Let me quickly show you the demo of the application which we are going to build. I have named this web application Movie World. Here we are showing the list of movies and actors. This is the landing page of the application which shows all the movies in the application. At the bottom, here is the pagination and page size is configurable. Currently, it's 2 items per page just for the demo purpose. So in this list, in each list item, there are different buttons through which we can see the detail of the movie. So if I click on this see details, we can see the detail of this movie, like what is the name of the movie, some small description of the movie, the language, the release date, and the cast of this movie. Similarly, here we have edit button so that we can edit the movie record. So from here, like, we can select any other poster for our movie, and we can change all the fields of a movie record from here, like movie title, movie description, release date, and here is the actors list. And in this we are using multi-select control to add or remove different actors. So if I just write Tom Cruise, so you can see we can add or remove any actor from here, and we can also set the language of this movie and hit that update button. And same way we have this delete button to delete this particular movie record, and from here we can add a new movie record. So you can see this UI for adding a new movie is totally similar to our edit movie record screen. So actually internally we are using the same component to edit or create a movie record. So here actually we are using component reusability. So this was the movie screen, which is the landing page of the application. And similarly we have this actors screen, and on this page we are listing all the actors with the same pagination. And if we click on any actor, it will show us the actor details like actor's name, date of birth, and in what movies that actor has appeared. Similarly, we can edit the actor record, delete the actor record, or just add a new actor. So this is our CRUD application which we are going to create in this video tutorial. So before starting, if you have not subscribed to this channel, subscribe it and hit that like button if you like this video. Also put your questions, suggestions or feedback in the comment section. So let's quickly see what we will cover in this video. We will cover ASP.NET Core 5 Web API development. Also we will use get, put, post and delete HTTP verbs because we are going to use these verbs to create our Web API. Also I will be using Entity Framework Core for the database access, and I will also show you how you can use AutoMapper, which is a very nice library in your Web API project. I will use only very little bit of AutoMapper just for the overview purpose only, not in very depth. Also we will cover exception handling and sending a very consistent response. Also we will see how we can upload image using React and ASP.NET Core Web API. From the front end side, of course, we are using ReactJS. So we will see how we can create an application in ReactJS. Also, we will cover the React routing, and I will show you how you can create pagination and also different pages like create page, edit page using ReactJS. So what tools we will be using for this tutorial? So I will be using Visual Studio because it's very best IDE for creating ASP.NET based application. Also for the database, we will be using SQL Server. Actually, I will use LocalDB, which comes pre-installed with Visual Studio. But if you have SQL Server installed on your system, I will also use Visual Studio Code for React.js development. And for testing our Web API endpoints, we can optionally use Postman, although in our ASP.NET Core Web API, we will be using Swagger. So actually it gives you a very nice interface to test your APIs right from the browser. but in case you don't like it, you can use postman. So let's get started. So first I will create a new project in Visual Studio 2019. So I will go to File, New, Project, and here in this new project window, I will select ASP.NET Core Web Application, click on Next, and let's give it some meaningful name. So I will give it name Movie API Demo, and the location will be the same in my source repos folder, and the solution name will be the same, and I will click on create, and here I will select this ASP.NET Core Web API. This is the project type I will select. We are not going to use authentication in this video, so I will leave it as it is and click on create. So this is the project created by Visual Studio, and here's the controllers where we they have provided this weather forecast controller with some sample data in this. So we will not use this thing. Actually, we will create a separate API controller for our movies and actors. So before creating the controllers, what I will do that I will set up our database, and actually we are going to use code first approach. So first we will go ahead and create our entities. Okay. So for that, what I will do is that I will right click on this project name and create a new folder. So I will put all my entities in a folder, and I will name this folder entities. Okay. So let me save all this and close this thing. So inside this entities folder, the first entity which we will add is movies. So I will right click again and add a new class, and let's name it movie. Hit enter, and here we will first add some properties. So first will be public int id, so id of the movie. Then next will be our string title, so the title of the movie. Then again we will have some small description, so public string description. And then actually we need a list of actors, so let me I will add that list of actors once I create the entity for actors. So here I will just put a comment, list of actors. Okay. And the language of the movie, so one property for that, so public string language. Then we need the release date of the movie, so one public date time and release date. Then we will also need a small poster of the movie, so I will add a new property for cover image, so that will be also type of a string, because we will save the path of the image in this column. And then we will have some non UI fields like created date and modified date. It's not required, but I will add it just for showing you that how you can hide this non UI columns using view models. Okay, so let's add it. So property public date time created date. Okay, and by default this created date time will be the time when you will create that movie record in your database. So I will give it a default value which is date time dot now. Okay, and then we will have another property related to the modified date, and that will be nullable. Okay, so I will give it name modified date. Okay, so this is our movie class entity. So similarly, let's add an entity for our actor class. Okay, and actually an actor is just a person, so I will give this entity name class person. Okay, so just add a new class and just name it person. And here in this person class, let's add some properties also here. So property int id, which is the id of this record. Then we will also need the name of that person, so public string name. You can add like first name, last name, middle name, but I will just go ahead and name it just name. Okay, just for a very basic tutorial. And then also let's add date of birth. Okay, so again date time, and that will be date of birth. And then we will have a navigation property for our movies. Okay, so in what movies this person has appeared. Actually, we need many to many relationship between a person and a movie class. Okay, it's a person table and a movie table, because an actor can appear in many movies, and similarly one movie can have many actors. So in this case you will need many to many relationship. So for that, here we are going to add a navigational property. So here I will add a new property. So prop double tab public I collection, and that collection will be type of movie. Okay, and the property name will be movies. Okay, and similarly here also we will have these two fields, which are created date and modified date. So let me put it here like this. Similarly, save it. So here we have our person class, which has id, name, date of birth, then navigational property for the movies in which that person has appeared, and then created date and modified date. And just to create many to many relationship, like here we have added list of movies, we also need list of actor in this movie class. So here where I have commented like list of actors, I will add a new property which will be I collection. Then the type will be person, and this property name will be actors. Okay, so here we have our movie class, which has id, title, description, and the list of actors, language, release date, cover image, and created date and modified date. So all these things. So let's save it, and our entities declaration part is done. Now let's add our db context class. So for that, I will again create a new folder, because I will put my db context and all the migration in a separate folder that will be called data. So right click on this project name, add a new folder, and just name it data. Okay, and let's close this file. And inside this data folder, I will add a new class, and we will name it movie db context. Okay, so movie db context, hit enter, and this is our movie db context class. Now to create a db context in your WebAPI project, we will need entity framework. Okay, and right now we don't have any other packages installed on our in our project, so we need to install entity framework core in this project. So for that, I will go to this solution, also a project, right click on it, and click on manage NuGet packages. And here I will go to the browse section, And here we will uh, install this Microsoft Entity Framework core. Okay, this package. So let's click on this install button, and it will just show you the preview changes. Select OK, and just select I accept. So this is installed, and we will also install some more packages related to the entity framework. So first one is entity framework core.tools, which should be here. Okay, it's not here, so I will go ahead and search it, entity framework core, and we need two packages. First one is this entity framework core.tools, and actually we need it for our migration purpose so that we can generate migration using Visual Studio. So click on install, click on OK, I accept. It's installed, and we will also install this entity framework core.sql server because we are going to use SQL Server in this project. Okay, so here I will click on install to install this package too. Done. So back to our movie db context class. Let's first inherit it from db context. So I will write db context, and let's import its namespace. So control dot, and it will show us Microsoft.entity framework core. Just select this, and then we need to first create its constructor. So I will write ctor double tab, and in this constructor actually we need to pass db context option. So here I will write db context options, and actually it requires a type, and that type will be your db context class type. Okay, so here our db context class type is the class itself which we are creating, which is movie db context. So movie db context, let's name it options. Okay, and let's pass this options to our base class also. So base, and here we have this options. So this is our constructor. It's done, and now let's add our entities in our movie db context class. So I will just write, I will add some properties. So public now db set, and the first one is our type of movie, movie, and not movie db context. So here we need to import its namespace. So I will just hit control dot using movie api demo.entities like this, and the name will be movie. Okay, and same way we will have another property which will be db set of type person, and in the database actually we will name this table as person there also. Okay, so just name it person. It's done, and let's add our on model creating. So override on model creating this thing, and let's see if in this tutorial we need to set up many to many relationship explicitly, so we can use this on model creating method, but I don't think so that we will need to use, but let's see. So let's save this, and this db context options parameter actually it passes our database connection info into our db context class. So we need to add our database connection info in our project. Okay, and that option we can pass through the app setting.json file to our startup.cs file, because we need to add this movie db context as our service in our startup class. So I will go to the startup.cs class here, and here I will add services dot add db context, and that db context type will be the same, our movie db context class. So let's add that namespace again. It's not db, it's db. Okay, so let's control dot import that namespace, and here we will write options as the parameter name, and here we can write options dot use SQL Server. Okay, and again this will also need to import the namespace, so control dot using Microsoft.entity framework core, hit enter, and this option actually requires to pass the connection string. So if you see in the override, here you can see that it's asking for string connection string, and that connection string we need to pass from our app.setting.json file, because we will put our connection string in app setting.json file, and to pass it into our startup.cs file we will use this configuration. Okay, so here we can write like configuration dot get connection string. Okay, and here you can see that it's saying that string name, and it's a shorthand for get section connection string name. So it means in your app settings.json file you need a connection strings. So it says that in your app settings.json file there should be a key value pair name connection strings, and from the value of the connection strings key value pair you will fetch your connection string data. So what I will do that I will give it name default. Okay, so let's name it default, and let's add this semicolon here. I guess one is missing, so let's add this, something like that. Save it, and if I go to this app setting.json file, so here is our app setting.json file, we can add that connection strings key value pair right here. But actually what I will do that I will go inside this app settings.development.json file, because we are in the development environment. We can go ahead and add that connection string directly in this app setting.json file. There's no issues in that, but just for separating, because in production you may have another connection string. So just for that case I will go ahead and add that in our app settings.development.json file. So here at the top what I will do that I will add a new key, that is connection strings. So be sure you add this s in the last. Okay, and then its value will be type of object, and here again we will have another key value pair, and the key name of this key value pair will be default, and that is the same name which we have given here. Okay, this is the default name. And now let's add a connection string here. I will name it like this. So what we are doing is that server is equal to local db /ms SQL local db. So if you have SQL Server installed on your system, so you can use that SQL Server name here. But if you don't have, actually MS SQL local DB is by default installed with Visual Studio until you have not explicitly unchecked that with the default installation. So in that case, you don't need to install any other database server. So I will use this local DB MS SQL local DB. Then database name will be simple, this SP net, and you can give it anything you want, but I will just go ahead and name it SPNet movie API. Okay, let me delete. Yep, movie API. And then here we have this trusted connection true, so that it will not ask any credential, and this multiple active result set is equal to true. So this is our connection string here. Let's add a comma in the last, and let's save this. So our database connection string part is done. Now we need to run migration for our project so that it can generate database for our project. Before running that migration, let me show you what database I have in my system. So I will go to the view, and here I will select SQL Server Object Explorer. Here it is. So if I expand this, and I have this local DB, MS SQL local DB, this thing. Okay. If I expand it more, here we have all the databases in my system. Okay. So these are all other database. We don't have any database its name is ASP.NET Movie API. Okay, this one is the test database which I was creating earlier. So let's run our migration, and after running migration and applying that migration, we should have a database here. Okay, so for that I will go to this tools and open package manager console. So this is our package manager console, and here we will first add our first migration. So I will write add dash migration. So this part is not case sensitive, so you can also write in small add dash migration, and then I will give it a name. So I will just name it initial, and I will name it with capital I, because this thing will turn into a class. Okay, so it's good to have the class name starting with capital letters. And then I can go ahead and run this, but what it will do is that it will just create a migration folder in this movie API demo. But actually I want that migration folder inside my data folder. So for that, what I will do is that I will specify it a path. So I will just write dash O, means the output, and then I will write data slash migrations. So this is needed for the only the first time when you will run your migration. So say after running this, if I in the future, if I want to run another migration, because say I have added some properties or some new classes or tables, in that case I will just run add migration and say some other name. We don't need to specify this part, because Visual Studio will remember it. So our project setting will remember that what's the path of the migration, because it will search for class name, which is your db context name dash snapshots. So in our case it will be like movie db context snapshot.cs file, and it will find it inside this data slash migration. So in the subsequent request we don't need to specify this thing. It is for the only the first time you will do the migration, and only when you need to put your migration in any specific folder, otherwise it's not needed. So I will go ahead and hit enter. So here you can see that it has added a new migrations folder inside our data folder, and here we have this movie db context model snapshot. Sorry, last time I said only snapshots. So from the next time it will just search for this movie db context model snapshots.cs file, and wherever it will find it, it will just add further migration in the same folder. So from the next time we don't need to specify this data migrations flag. Now our migration file is generated like here. Okay, now let's we can go ahead and update this, update dash database, and hit enter. And it's done. So let's see in our SQL Server Object Explorer, and let's refresh this. And here you can see that you have ASP.NET Dash Movie API, and if you will expand it, okay, if you see the tables, you can see that here it has, means we have added only movie and person, these two entities, only in our project, but it has created this movie person. So actually it figured out, okay, there is a many to many relationship because of our eye collection property in both of the classes, and it has created a new many to many mapping table for us. Okay, now as I was saying to you that you don't need to specify this flag, in the subsequent migration in your project. So let me just show you a demo of that. Say for person class, if I go here, uh, we are not actually, right now implementing any data type or data length kind of thing in our project. We are just saying, okay, entity framework, use whatever you find it good for that. But in ideal projects you will not do that. Okay, so I will just go ahead and just show you how you can add something like that. So say for the person class, say for example name is a required field. Okay, so I will just go ahead and add required like this. Just hit control dot, and we will use using system dot component model dot data annotations. And then also we are going to say, okay, the name would be at the max, you know 50 characters. Okay, so the max length will be 50 characters. Okay, the same way you can implement, the data type length, or validation if it's a required field or not, in other properties also, but I will not go ahead and add that. You can, if you want, you can add it. And now again, let's run our migration. So this time I will name it, you know added max length, and let's hit enter. So you see it has, automatically added it inside this migrations folder. And then again I will go ahead and update the database, and it's done. So our database part is done. Now we need to create our API endpoints. So let me close first this these files, and let me go to our controllers folder, and let's add a new controller for our movies endpoint. So I will go ahead and right click, add controller, and here I will just go ahead and select MVC controller empty, click on add. And actually this is API, so I will go ahead and select this API controller dash empty, and let's name it movie. Okay, hit enter, and this has created a movie controller for us. So first we will create our get all movies endpoint, and actually we are going to fetch data from the database and then use it in our endpoints. So first I will go ahead and add our movie DB context class here. So I will just write private read only movie DB context. Okay, just hit control dot to import that namespace, so that is using movie API remote or data. And then let's name it name underscore context. Okay, now we need to inject that service because we have registered this service in our startup.cs class right here. So for that, actually we need to inject that service using our constructor. So I will just write ctor double tab, and it will create a parameterless constructor. And here we will pass this movie db context. Let's move this, rename this variable name, and here I will write just context is equal to this incoming parameter context. So this part is done. And now here, let's add our first API endpoint, which is to get all the movies in the system. So I will just write public I action result, write get. And actually, we are going to support paging in our web API. So I will use two parameters here, one for the page index, another for the page size. So I will write int page index, and the default value will be 0. So if the user does not pass any value, so we will use 0. And another is our page size. So page size, and here the default value will be 10. And inside this, what we are going to do is that we will get all the movie records and send it back in our response. So this get method is our by default HTTP get verb. So we can leave it blank because that's one is the by default attribute if we don't use any attribute. So that will be by default verb, but I do like to mention it every time. So I will write HTTP get, and here inside, first we will get all the movies count, because how paging will work is that from here we will send, okay, here are, say for example, user uses page size like 10, which is our default page size. So in order to support the paging, the end user must know that how many records are there in your system, okay, so that they can show the links on the UI based on that. So for that I will use where movie count, and that will be our context dot movies dot count. So this will give all the movies count in our system. And then another one is our movie list. Okay, so where movie list is equal to underscore context dot movie dot skip, and that will be page index. Okay, here is some typo, so this will be page index. So page index into page size, and so we will skip these records and then take the number of record as per our page size. So this will be the page size dot to list. Okay, so here what we are doing, that say whatever page number it is, so say if it's a 0 page index, means the first time user goes, so it will skip only 0 records, because 0 into page size, so it will skip 0 record, take 10 records. And say for the next page index, like page index 1, it will, you know, skip 10 records, because page number 2 where page index will be 1, it will skip 10 records and take another 10 records and send it back in the response. Okay, and in the movies list, as I showed you in the demo, we are also showing that what actors are in this movie. So we need to include the actors records also in this. So for that, actually we can use include. This is the uh, extension method provided by Entity Framework Core. And here let's import the namespace, so control dot using in Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. And here we can just specify, okay, use x dot actors also, so it will use that. And let me just resize this so that we can have some space. So here we have this movie count and movie list, and all we need to do is to send back our response. So actually we will use a consistent response from our web API. Okay, so for that, what I will do, that I will create a new view model, which is be used as a blueprint for our responses. Okay, so here in this movie API demo, I will just go ahead, right click, add new folder again, and here I will name it models. Okay, close this, and inside this models, what I will do, that I will add a new class. That class name will be base response model. Hit enter, and here we will have uh, some properties. So first property will be boolean, and it will say our status. So I do like to send like status if that operation was successful or not. So true or false for the status, and the message. Say if it's true, then okay, everything went fine, so successful. If there is a, if it's false, then we will put why it's false in the another property named message. And if we have any data to send back to the user, so I put it in the data field. So the same way I will go ahead and add those properties. So first one is the public bool status. Another one is our message. So that will be simple string. So message. And the third one will be our data. Now, actually this data will change. Okay, say in your movie API endpoint, you have list of movies, but when you will go and use get specific one movie, you will have only one movie type. So that will be not a list, it will be only one object. And same way, if you will go to the person endpoint, you have different structure of the person data. So that data structure will change, and we are going to use this base response model in every response from our web API. Okay, so for that, what I will do is that I will give this type of object. So I will just write object and give it name data. Okay, so I will just show you shortly how this will work. So just let's save it, come back to our movie controller, and here at the top, let's create an instance of base response model. So base response model, and let's import namespace. Okay, and let's name is response equal to new base response model. Okay, and let's wrap these two lines in a try catch block. So I will just hit Control KS and then write try and hit enter. So you can see that it has put these two fields in try block, and we have this catch exception. Let's name it exception variable name ex, and we are not going to throw it because it's our outermost logic, and from here we will send it back to our UI. Okay, so once say this movie count and movie list is successful, then we need to send back our response. So I will first set the field's value of that response. So response dot status, that will be true, and then response dot message, that will be your success, and then you have response dot data. Okay, and that will be a new anonymous type of object, and here we will have say movies is equal to movie list, and another one is your count, that will be movies count. So this way, because this is the type of object, we can assign it any object. So once it's successful, we will send back this response dot data, and here in the last we will write return, and this is okay method. Okay, and we'll write a response. And if there is any error, when we are getting the data from the database, so that will go in the catch block, and here we will write just response dot status false, and then we can have response dot message. And the message, I will suggest to use any generic message. So here, like, I will go ahead and name it like something went wrong. This is why, because to the end user we don't want to show them much more details what's going on our server side. We only want to know the stuff related to the data, not related to our server. Okay, so sending back this exception message from here, it's not a very good thing. But yeah, it's a good thing if you keep it logged on your server. So in case your user comes in and says, hey, I am getting something went wrong every time I am trying to access this endpoint, what's going on, you will just ask him that, okay, what was the time, some other details when you were getting, and you can go ahead and see on your server that, okay, in the logs it says, okay, this is the exception. So it will be like to do, I'm not going to implement this, but just for mentioning here, do logging exceptions. So this is our get method, and it says not all code path returns a value return. Okay, yeah, here we are not sending any response, so here I will just write return. And actually this is the error state, so I will just write bad request. Okay, and then we will write response, something like that. And so it's done. So this is our get request. And similarly, we will add another endpoint where we will get a specific movie. So get movie by ID, because here in this get method we are getting a list of movies. Okay, so what I will do is that, to save my time, I will just go ahead, copy all this thing. Okay, let me just clean this, and here add one more method, and I will just rename it get movie by ID. Okay, and here we don't need all this page index, because it will just send only one movie record. So I will name it ID, and we can use something like this to pass our ID. I will just go ahead and write ID here. So it will get the ID from our route. So again, we'll send as base response model, but here we are not going to send movie count. We are going to change this logic here. Okay, so like movie list, instead of movie list, first of all I will just rename it and just call it movie. And from the movie we want to fetch that specific movie which matches this ID. Okay, so context dot movie, and then include, we will again send the actor details related to this movie record. And then instead of skip and take, what we are going to do is actually I will delete all after that. Dot where. Okay, so where condition, and then x x such that x dot id is equal to id, which is our parameter, and then first or default. Okay, now after accessing this movie, it could be possible, say you have only 5 movies and in user sends id number 6, which is not in your database. So again, you need to check if that movie, if there is any movie record related to that id or not. So here I will write if movie is equal to null. Okay, so say there was not any record related to this id in our system. So again we will send back bad request. So response dot status is equal to false, and here we will write response dot message, and that message will be record not exist. You can even give it some better message, however you want. but here I am going to use this message that record not exist, and then we will return it back from here. So bad request and then response. Okay, so this is the case when that id is not valid. But if it's valid, then again we are going to send status as true, message as success, and then data will be our same this movie record. So we don't need this. Okay, this part, and then movie. And in this catch exception field, it will be same like that. So hit save. So now these two requests, which is get and get movie by id, actually it gets the data from our system. So this is the read operation from your CRUD, but we have not yet written the logic for creating the movie record. Okay, so I will go ahead and add a new action method to create a movie record. So I will just first of all I will add that attribute. So http post. Okay, and here I will write public action result post, and here inside this parameter actually we need to pass the data related to the movie so that we can get the data from the user from the UI, and we can create a movie record based on that data. So what we can do that we can go ahead and use this movie entity model directly. We can use it, but actually we don't want users to send this created date and modified date, you know. So in that case, although we can handle it, okay, we will not update this created date and modified date in the logic, but it's not a good practice to use your entities directly in your UI side logic like here. Okay, so for this particular example, in the movies we have, you know, very few fields, but in many real life projects you have lots of columns. And front end user, they don't have, or say front end developers, they don't have to know all these fields. Okay, so for that we will use view models. Okay, so the first view model which I am going to create is a create movie view model, and that we will be using in our models folder. So here I will add a new class, and let's name it create movie view model. Hit enter, and here I will go in this movies uh, class. I will copy all these properties, come back to our create movie view model, paste it here, and remove the one which we don't need. So modify date, created date, we don't need this. Okay, we will need the cover image. What is the poster image we are going to use? Then the release date, they will send us language, they will send us, okay, description, they will send us title, and id is the part which they will not send to us. But why I have added this id is that in our put request I will use this same view model. If you are planning to, you know, keep separate the put and post request view model, in that case you need to remove this. Okay, and create a separate like put movie model. Okay, you can create some view model like that, and there you can use this id, because when you will do the put request you have to know what's the id of that movie which you are going to update. Okay, but in the create mode we don't need this id. Okay, but because I am going to use it in our put request, that's why I have this id in this view model. Okay, and then we have this list of actors. And when we are creating that movie, what we are going to do is that we will pass only the IDs of the actors from the front end. Okay, so we don't need this person type collection here. Okay, so instead of, because we only need the IDs of those actors which are the part of that movie, we will replace it with the list of integer. Okay, something like this. So in our incoming request, we will have only the IDs of the actors. So this is our create movie view model. And back to our movie controller, let me use that. So create movie view model here, and let's name it model. And here, first of all, I will go ahead and copy this base response model because I'm lazy, don't want to write every time. And then we'll have this try catch method. Okay, and inside this try, what we are going to do is, first of all, I will select if model state is valid. Okay, so if it's valid, then only we will be creating that record. And what it does, that model state is valid, is that in your create movie view model, if there is any data annotations you have applied, means data validations you have applied, then it will check if those things are there or not. So for example, like here on this title, we want users to send us title as a required field. Okay, so I will just write it required. Okay, just hit control dot data annotations. And if they are not sending us that field, so what we can do is that we can specify an error message like name of the movie is required. Okay, something like that. The same way with the description, but we want that description to be like not required. People can create the movie without any actor the first time, so it's also not required. But if you need, okay, you can put data annotations like this on your view model. Okay, so for example, let me copy this, and here I can write like language of the movie is required, and release date and cover image, I am keeping it optional, but you get the idea that you can, you know, decorate all those fields which are required with this required data type. And similarly, like here we have this max length. You can apply the same things also here, but I'm not going to use that in this tutorial. Feel free to experiment with those things. And here, back to our movie.control.cs file. Inside here, the first thing is that we need to check if the request has valid actors or not. So say in your system there are only two actors with actor ID 1 and 2, and yeah, we are sending the request from the UI, but it's API. Okay, anyone can use postman and send back invalid data. Okay, so what if any user is sending us ID number 3 and 4, which are not in our application? So, as soon as we are going to create that record, we need to verify if that incoming data is valid or not. Okay. So back in our movie controller.cs file, let's first get the actors which are supplied from our request. So I will write where actors and then underscore context dot person dot where access that model dot actors dot contains x dot id, okay, dot to, it's not id, dot to list. So what it will do that from this create movie view models list of actors, it will check if that user exists in our database or not. Means what it will do that it will get all the actors whose ids match with the incoming list of actors. Okay, so say you have 5 actors, means 5 items in your list of integer, and it will check, okay, select all from the person where person id in all those list of integers. Say for example it gets only 3. Okay, so like some users send you a list of integer like 1 2 3 4, but you have only 1 and 2, there's no 3 and 4. Okay, so after getting that list of actors, we will match if that length of actor is matching with the incoming list of integers or not. Okay, so here I will write if actors dot count is not equal to model dot actors dot count. If this is the case, then we'll say, hey, you have sent some, you know, invalid actor data. We are not going to send them back what exactly the id is which they are sending back as wrong. You can write that logic if you want, but I will just write response dot status, that will be false, and then response dot message, and that will be invalid actor assigned. Okay, and then we will return it as bad request, and that will be our response. And in case all those incoming ids are valid, then we will create a new record. So for that, first let's create a new movie object. So where posted model is equal to new movie, and we need to import this namespace, so control dot movie api demo dot entities. And this is currently right now only one layer project because it's just for a very simple tutorial for creating CRUD application using ASP.NET Core API and ReactJS. But if you are working on a larger project, there will be much more layers like UI layer, business layer, models layer. And layer means actually mostly the class libraries. So in that case, using this movie here is not a good idea because uh, that's the part of your data layer. And when you have view models, you can use those view models to pass to your business layer, and from inside your business layer you can convert it back to your entity object. Okay, but here it's just only one layer. Okay, so we are using it directly here. So new movie, let's map all those fields. So like title is equal to model dot title, and then you have actors equal to, we will just assign this list of person as an actors. Okay, so actors like this. Okay, let me put here semicolon, and here I will write context dot movie dot add posted model, and then here we can write underscore context dot save changes. Okay, um, you can use save changes sync also, so it will give us asynchronous functionality. In that case, you will need to modify this method as async here and task IE action result. And what actually it will do, that it will make it little bit slower, but it will be very good for the scalability of the project. So if you have thousands of users for your application, it will use the async operations to handle much more requests in comparison to the save changes, which is the synchronous way to do that. But I'm not going to use it. You can use if you want. And after saving the changes, what we will do is that we will send this back to the front end user. Okay, so for that I will write response dot again status, so it's true, and then response dot message, that will be created successfully. Okay, so created successfully, and then we have our uh, response dot data, and that will be our posted model. Okay, so here this posted model is your movie type. Okay, you can see this movie posted model. So here we are sending back that movie record. So eventually we will need a view model for sending the movie details back to the UI. So I will shortly create that view model and add it in this. But before that, let me first create a put request and show you a quick demo of that. So for here, this is the we are sending back the created movie record back to our user, and this was inside this model state dot valid condition, if condition, and if it's not valid, then we need to send back some response. So like response dot status. Actually, I will go ahead and copy this whole thing. I don't want to write it again and again, here also and here also. Okay, and the status will be here false, and response message will be validation failed. Okay, and the data will be our model state itself. Okay, and in case there was some exception. Okay, so we have here this part. So I will copy this thing, come back here, and paste it here. Okay, so control V. Yep, and again you can, this variable is not used, you can use it while logging the exceptions in your project. So this was our post request, and similarly we will create the put request. So put request will be very similar to our post request. What it says that not all code path returns a value. Let me check. We are not returning here anything. So what I will do is that here we will say return, not actually here, actually I will come to here and I will just return okay. That will be our response. And in case of validation fail, we will again return bad request. Okay, so return, what is this, bad request. Okay, so this is done. So this is our post request, and similar way, let me just copy all this thing, copy it, come back here, and instead of post, this will be put, and this name will be also put. And here inside this try method, we have model that is model state is valid. And here we will have one more condition, because this is the post request, sorry, put request. We have already id in our database. So first we will check if model dot id is less than or equal to 0, because when we were doing post requests, the created view models id field was 0, and actually we were not using that id field. But here, why I am checking this id field is not less than or equal to 0 is that because here first we will get the movie record from our database based on that id, so that id must be valid. Okay, so again, if it less than or equal to 0, then we will send it a response message that invalid movie record. Okay, invalid movie record, and we will send them back bad request. After that, here we have our this actors count validation, so it's working fine. Now here what we will do is that we will get the movie details based on that id. So I will write where uh, movie detail, and then that will be like context dot movie, and actually, yeah, I will do include x as that x dot actors, and then I will write where condition where x such that x dot id is equal to model dot id, and then we will have our, again, first or default. And as I showed you earlier, we need to check if that record exists in our database or not, because we cannot trust the incoming data. Okay, especially those incoming data based on which we are going to update anything, okay, or make a relationship between our records. So here again I will write if model, no, sorry, movie details is null. Okay, so it's equal to null. Again we will send back some bad request response. So here invalid movie record also, and send back that bad request response. And here after all this validation, if we come after this, it means everything is fine. So we need to update the movie details fields with incoming data. Okay, so I will go ahead and update each property of the movie record. So movie details dot cover image, that will be model dot cover image, So here we have updated all the fields. And now there could be a case like you had three actors in your movie the first time, and when users send the update request, means the put request, what he does that removes one actor and added a new actor. Okay, so first you will need to find which actor was removed so that you can remove it from the movie details actors list, and then you will need to find which new actor was added so that you can add it to the movie details record. Okay, so first what I will do is that I will find the removed actors. Okay, so let me comment like find removed actor. Let me go down here, and then we will write where remove actors. Okay, and I will write movie details dot actors dot where, and here I will write x such that model dot actors does not contain. Okay, so here I will put not. Okay, so model dot actors does not contain, so here it will be like model dot actors dot contains, so it will become model actors does not contains because of this not sign, and x dot id. Okay, and here I will write to list. So this is the list of actors which were removed from this movie details as per the incoming request. So here we need to remove each of them from our movie details. I will write for each where actor in your collection is remove actors, and what I will do is movie details dot actors dot remove your actor. Okay, and similarly we need to know the new added actors, what actors were added. So find added actors, and for that we can write something like where added actors, and we can do something like this, like actors, and this actors is the list which we have here based on this model actors which you have find. Okay, so actors dot accept, so this is the method provided by LinkU. Okay, so we will use this accept all those actors which are already in your movie detail. Movie details dot actors and dot to list. So here what we are doing is that uh, we have all the actors, and this actors record is based on incoming actor IDs. Okay, so we have list of actors, incoming actors, and except those who are already in our database, we are finding out which are the new one. So this is the uh, logic for that, and then we need to add those added actors in our movie details also. Okay, so I will just copy this thing, paste it here, and instead of remove, sorry, that should be the added actors. So for each where actor in added actors, movie details dot actors dot add. Okay, something like this. And after that, here we can do like underscore context dot save changes. We don't need to add or do update because this movie detail is already fetched via context.movie, and it's been tracked by entity framework core. Okay, so in case we have any changes like this here, when we will do save changes, it will automatically identify what are the changes and it will commit those changes in our database. Okay, and after that we don't need this part because we are not creating anything. We also don't need this part. Actually, we copied all these things there, and we will send back this movie details from here. We can send it back. Okay, and the same logic as per our post request. So this is our post request. Let me save this. And now there is only one endpoint left in our movie controller, is the delete endpoint. If we see the CRUD application, so we have written the logic for the create, read, and update. Delete part is not yet done, but before that, let's run it and check if everything is working fine up until now. Okay, so let me run it. Yes, express. And here is our Swagger UI for our API project. Here we have all our endpoints: get, post, put, and then get based on get movie by ID. There is no delete request. So let's just do a quick testing using the Swagger UI. Also later I will show you how you can uh, use Postman, because I know most of the people use Postman, but there is an option to use Swagger also. So I will go ahead and you can see that it has already uh, identified the default value for our get page index and page size. So if I go ahead and just click on try it out and hit on execute, you can see it says status true, message success, but there is no data. No, like movies is an array and count is 0. So we can go ahead and create a movie. Okay, so here it has given us a example schema. Okay, id, title, description, then you have actors, and you can see that here it mentions only 0 as actors id, and right now we don't have any actors. So what we will do is that we will create movie records without any actors. Okay, and then language, release date, and cover image, things like that. So let's go ahead and click on try it out, and for the title I will just write any movie name like Die Hard. Okay, and description will be like action movie, and we are not using any actors because there is no actors in our system right now. So I will just put it like empty array, and language will be English. Okay, and release date I will keep it like something like this, and because I don't know when was that release date, and the cover image will be nothing because we don't have any file upload API in our web API yet, which we will be creating later in this video. So this is our request body, and let's hit execute. Hope working well. And here you can say that it says status true, message is created successfully, data id, die hard, action movie, all this thing. You can see one thing that you know it is sending us back this created date, modified date. I told you earlier that we don't want users to know irrelevant data which is on our server. For that, actually I will add some new view models also in this project right after that. But here you get the idea that once you will create a new movie record, it will send you back the data. Here it is as it is, and the id is 1. So if you go ahead and do the get request based on this id. Okay, let me click on try it out. Let me put name id 1, click on execute. You can see that it is sending us back the same data here with those fields. So here also we will use view model. And in the get list of movies, which was earlier empty, if we execute it again, you can see that we have this movies array. Okay, and it has one item ID, one title, die hard, description, actors, all these things. And here we have count that there is only one movie record right now in our system. Okay, so it means our uh, API is working fine, but only one thing is that it is sending back the response as per our entities, and we need some view models for that. So I will go ahead and close this, stop this application, and here let's create some view models. So at the top, here we have this get request which sends all the movie records in the system. So if we talk about the UI, listing the data and saying particular details of one list item is different. Okay, because in list you have only few data, but when you want to see the details of that item, you have much more data. So when we are sending list of movie items, we will keep less data in our response. Okay, so first let's create a movie list view model. Okay, so I will go ahead and add a new class here and give it name movie list view model. Hit enter, and here what I will go ahead and I will just copy these things. Okay, because they are very similar. And here I will, we don't need any data annotations here because we are not accepting any data in the request. Actually we are sending back. So we need ID, we need the title of the project. In the movie list view model, we don't want the description because nobody is going to see the description in the list. So I will go ahead, remove this. Actually it all depends on your requirement. Then list of actors, on the UI, if you will just send back the list of actor IDs, they have to do you know get requests for each actor with each ID to get their name. So instead of sending back the list of integers, means the list of IDs of the actors, we will send back some data of the actors. So actually for that, we will create another actor view model. Okay, so here I will go ahead and add a new class that will be called actor view model. Hit enter. And in this actor view model, we will have only few properties. So if I come here in this person class, what properties do we have is ID, name, date of birth, only these three things. So I will just copy these three things because already in this person class we have very few. So what I will do is that I will use only these three properties. And actually just like here I am making movie list view model, and then again I will go ahead and create movie details view model, just because we have more columns in our movies entities as compared to the person entity. Here in this actor view model, I'm not going to create the details view model. I will go ahead and use this actor view model because there's only three properties. But you get the idea. If you have lots of column, it's best to create many view models as per your requirement and use it accordingly. So back to our movie list view model here. We will send back actor view model. Okay, so actor view model like this, and then we have this language and then release date and that cover image. Okay, so That's all we need for this list view. Hit save. And we also need movie details view model. Okay, so I can go ahead and add a new class here. That will be movie details view model. And what I can do is that I can go ahead and copy all these properties and then add one more property, which is our description field, which is not in our movie list view. Okay, or I can go ahead and copy the all these fields from here. Sorry. And paste it like here, and that will say list of actor view model. Okay, that's fine, but repeating the same fields again and again is not a good idea. So what I will do, that I will use inheritance. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I will make this movie list view model as a parent class and movie details view model as a child class. So what it will do, that it will inherit all these properties from this movie list view model, and here we need to only put the description field. Okay, so if I go ahead, delete all these fields from here. Okay, let me clean it a little bit like this, and we can inherit it from movie list view model. Okay, so what it will have, that it will have all these properties, and additional one, this one property for movie in movie details view model. Okay, so save it, and let's come back to our movie controller. And in our get request, what we are going to do is that when we are getting the list of movie, where we are doing this take page size dot to list, we are going to convert it back to movie list view model. Okay, so what I will do is that I will hit dot, and then I will do select, and select X such that new movie list view model, and inside here I will just map all those properties again. So id is equal to x dot id, and then title is equal to x dot title, and then actors is equal to x dot actors. And actually this actors is a list of actor view model, and here this actor is a list of person. So we need to convert this list of person into actor view model, just like we are converting this movie list into movie list view model. Okay, so here again I will write actors dot select. Okay, and this time it's a different uh, type, so I will write y such that new actor view model. And here we can write like id is equal to y dot id, name is equal to y dot name, and then we have date of birth equal to y dot date of birth, and that will be to list. Okay, and then we will add the remaining properties like cover image. So cover image is equal to x dot cover image, language is equal to x dot language, and release date is equal to x dot sorry x dot release date. So that's done. Okay, and yep, here we are sending it back. So here you can see it's now list of movie list view model. So similarly, as we change this in this get request, we can change it in our get request by id also. So what I will do is that I will go ahead and copy this thing, all this part, come back to our get movie by id, and here where we are doing this where request, I will just write dot and then paste it right here. And actually this is like getting the details. So what we will use that, instead of using movie list view model, what we will do is that we will use movie details view model. Okay, and you remember that we have one additional property in movie details view model, that is description. So what I can do is that I can just write description is equal to x dot description. Okay, so you see it's very easy. And the same way, when we have this post request, okay, we can send it back as our movie details view model. Okay, so here, to use that in our post request, what we will do is we will create a new variable where response data is equal to, and let me just copy this from here. Okay, copy it like from here and paste it right here. Okay, so response will be uh, where response, sorry, it will like where response data is equal to new movie details view model. And we don't have this x here because we have just copy and pasted it. So what we will do is that we will just use this posted model, and I will go ahead, select all this thing, press Ctrl H, and I will write x dot, and instead of x dot, what I will do is I will just paste posted dot. Okay, and I will just replace all in selection, save and occurrence replaced. Okay, let me close this, and it's done. And instead of sending back this posted model, I will just go ahead and copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now it will just send back this response data. Let me save this. And same way you can update this same thing in your put request also. So I will just go ahead, copy this, and come back to our put method here, and right now here I will just paste it. And actually we need to replace this posted model with model details here. So I will just write this thing. Okay, yeah, posted model with movie details in the selection, and I will hit replace all, something like that. Okay, and now let's save it. So it's done. Now in this movie controller we have only delete endpoint remained, but as you remember, when we were testing this endpoints, we were not using actors because there's no actor in our system. And the reason for is that we don't have the API endpoint to create actors or person in our web API project. So I will go ahead and create that person controller also, so that we can create actor records in our system. Okay, so back to our uh, controllers folder, I will right click on it and add a new controller, and again click on add, select API controller dash empty, and give it name person. Okay, click on add, And here again, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, so I will go ahead at the top here, just to save my time, copy this thing and paste it here. And actually it's person controller, so I will just name this constructor and hit control dot to use the namespace, hit control S. And now we need to create our get method. Okay, so the get method will be the similar to our movie controller. So if I come here and let me just copy all this thing. Okay, come back to our person controller, paste it right here, and it says base response model. So I'll hit control dot and import this namespace. And instead of movie count, we are going to use actor count, and the same way actor list, and it's context dot person. Here also we have context dot person, and we don't need anything because when we will be showing the list of actors, we are not planning to show them what movies they have appeared, but when we will show the details, we are going to show them in what movies they are appeared. So here we don't need any include, so I will delete this and then skip the number of pages you want to skip, and then take the appropriate data and then select actor view model. So instead of movie list, we will write actor view model. And actor view model, we have id, then we have name, so x dot name. And we don't need all these things. And then we have date of birth, right? So date of birth is equal to x dot date of birth. And then we have this response dot status true, and message success. And then we have this response data, so we will use person. Okay, and that will be actor list. So actor list, and then count will be your actor count. Okay, so this is our get request for person, which will list all the person in our system. Then we need the similar get person by id when we need to see the details of the person. So I will go ahead and copy all this thing again from movie controller and put it in our person controller, and I will rename this method as get person by id. Okay, so get person by id, and again this where person is equal to context dot person. We don't need include here. Okay, so I will remove this. And where x is that x dot id is equal to id. And then here we have this select movie details view model. But actually uh, we need actor details view model. And as I said that in actors we have only three fields: id, name, date of birth. So we use actor view model. But in case we need to show what movies that actor has appeared, actually that field is not the part of the entities. Okay, so for that I will go ahead and create another view model, which is actor details view model, and that will be very similar to our movie details view model. Okay, so I will come to our models folder and add a class, and that class will be actor details view model. Hit enter, and that should inherit from actor view model. And here we need a property to list all the movies that person has appeared. Okay, so I will just add a new property, and this time this will be array of string. Okay, and I will just give it name movies. Okay, something like that. So back to our person controller, we will make some changes here, like we are not going to use this thing. Okay, so I will just go ahead and delete it. Home, and here I am going to first check if movie is not equal to null. Okay, so I will just sorry, person is not equal to null, so record does not exist. And here what I am going to do is that I am going to create a new object for where person person data. Okay, so person data is equal to new actor details view model, and here we can have like id is equal to um, person dot id, then date of birth is equal to person dot date of birth, and then name is equal to person dot name, and then you have movies. Okay, it's equal to you need context dot movie dot where x says that x dot act oh so that x dot actors dot contains what person. Okay, and person means this person record. So person, then you will do that. Okay, select x such that x dot title, because we will display all the uh, name of names of the movies, because we will display the movie name list. Okay, so select x as that x dot title dot to list. Okay, or you can say to array, because we have array semicolon here, put a semicolon here. Okay, and here we can just send it back person data. Okay, why is it like this? Okay, it's not required. Yeah, so this is person data. Yep, so this is our your person controller. So this is our get person by id method. So this get person by id method is done. Now we need to create our post request for this person controller. So for that, I will just close this thing. I will go to this movie controller, just copy all these things again. There's a copy paste going on. Okay, and here I have this post request. Then again, I am checking model state is valid or not. And here we don't need all this logic, because we are not going to if actor is valid or not. These things were the logic for the movie post API. Okay, so I will just go ahead and delete all these things, and posted model is our new person. Okay, and I will hit control dot, and also this thing will be not create movie view model, it will be actor view model. Okay, so I will use actor view model, and that will be our person. So that person will have only the name. Okay, so model dot name, and there's only one more, is date of birth. It's equal to model date of birth. Okay, let me remove all these things. It's done. And context dot person dot add posted model, context dot save changes, and again, after creating this posted model, we can send it back this actor view model. And for this actor view model, actually, we need to we don't need to go ahead and create a new instance of that. What we can do is that we can go ahead and do something like that. Model dot id is equal to person dot id, sorry, posted model dot id. Okay, so posted model dot id. So what we are doing, that after save changes, this id field will be populated in this posted model, and we are just assigning it back because we need to send back the data with the newly created id. Okay, and I will just go ahead and send it back this model class, sorry, model variable, and the same thing here. So now let's quickly again test this thing. So I will go ahead and run it again. And here, if I go to this get request, just try it out, hit on execute, you can see that this time it has not send us back that created date and modified date properties in our get all movies request. So that's working fine. And in the person, we have this get post and get person by id, these three api endpoints. So if I go ahead and just try it out, it will send us blank record because there is no any person. And let's add a new person. Okay, so just let me try it out. So name will be like Tom Cruise. Okay, tom Tom Cruise. And date of birth, I will keep it as it is. Okay, now let's do execute it. And here we have this data, id1, name, Tom Cruise, date of birth, something like that. And if we come back here at the top with the api movies, where we had this id is equal to 1 and the actors were like no null. Okay, let us update this thing. Okay, so I will go ahead and use this put method. Okay, let's try it out. And this id is now 1, so this time we need to use the id 1. And title will be again Die Hard, and those details like action movie. And here in the list of actors, we need to pass the id. So this person id which we have right now created, this id is 1. So I will go ahead and put that as 1 here. Language is again English. Release date is the same, cover image, we will remove that. Okay, and let's hit execute. And it says possible object cycle was detected. This can either be due to a cycle if object depth is larger than the maximum allowed depth of 32. Consider using reference handler preserve JSON serializer to support cycles. So let's see why on this put request it is saying something like that. Okay, so if I go to our person controller, sorry, movie controller, here is our um, put request. Okay, what we are doing here is that we are using actors and then the movie details, removed actors. actors, something like that. And then here we are using movie details view model. Okay, so let's debug this application. So I will go ahead and put a debugger here, and let me again execute this request. You see here we are getting this, and if I just do F10, so here is now it's going to the actors person contains this thing, and it's checking if it's small or not. Then it's getting the actors, then it's getting the movie details, all those things. Okay, put request, then it finds any actor is removed or not, and here we can say okay, none is removed, so it will get out of that, and it will check if any added actors. Movie details, added actors count one. And why it's showing zero, because what happens is the last time it actually updated it, but after updating it sent us that error. So okay, let's check when did it find that issue. And that issue is, I guess, something related to this movie details. We are sending back movie details, we are not sending back this response data. And here movie details, actors, select actor view model. It's coming somewhere right here. Okay, um and then here we are sending back this movie details. And let's send it back, and here we are getting this. Okay, so let's stop this, and instead of which we are sending here movie details, we will send it response data. Okay, let me change it like this, and run it again. So let's first check this, and here's the ID. But here you can see, right now it has this actors list, ID, name, date of birth, language English, release date, and cover image, all this stuff. So you can see that now it's showing us the actor records with the movie list. Okay, now if that issue is fixed or not, so I will go ahead and check that. So again, let's try it out, and ID1 title is, let's say, die hard, and description is now, let's say, only action. Actors, I will just put it blank. Language is English, and just let's remove this, execute it, hit control, just run it. And here you can see that it has created successfully, and it shouldn't be not like created successfully, it should be message should be updated successfully. You can change it, because I believe here on that put request also we have the same method created successfully, so you can change it. And uh, let's again run it and give it actor ID 1, execute it, And now let me show you that uh, if it's detecting if any actor is added or not. So there is no remove actor, but in this thing we should have an added actor. So you can find this new actor added. It's called Tom Cruise, and just continue, and here we have. Okay, so that was the issue with this circular reference. So this is our put request for person API. Similar way we can check the get movie by ID. So let me just check the ID one, and here you can see here also we are getting the list of actors, and in the person list we can just try it out, execute, success person ID, and the same way if I put any ID here, you want to execute, true, and here you can see when we are getting the details of any person. Okay, here it is giving us ID, name, date of birth, and also in which movie that actor has appeared. So this is Die Hard, which is the movie name we have just added this actor in. So it's working fine. uh, there is only a few endpoints left on our API endpoint side, is put and delete endpoints for your person, and a delete endpoint for your movie, and uploading an image endpoint for your movies controller. Okay, so let's do that. So here we can go ahead and add a put request similar to our movie controller in our person controller. But before that, actually I am going to use automapper, because here you can see all these endpoints. We have one thing like when we are mapping our entities to our view models, we need to do this mapping every time. Okay, so actually what we are doing, that we are typing too much. Okay, and you can see that it's just id title every time we have to map this thing, and it is increasing the line numbers in our API, and that's not really required. Actually we can use automapper just for the mapping, so that we can just write one line, okay, response data, map this movie record with movie details view model, and in just one line it will convert it from the movie details view model to your movie model, movie entity model, to movie details view model. Okay, so for that actually we need to use automapper. It's a NuGet package which we can install in our application. Okay, so for that I will go ahead and right click on our application, open manage NuGet packages here, and I will go ahead and write automapper. Okay, so we need to install dependency at this automapper extension .microsoft .dependency injection, and what it will do is that it will install automapper automatically as dependencies of this package. Okay, so I will go ahead and install it. Yeah, select OK, and it's installed. Okay, so to use automapper actually we need to configure profiles so that we can instruct that what entities it has to convert into view models and what view models it has to convert into entities, because once you are sending data from your API to front end, what you will do that you will convert your entity model into view model and send it back to the user. But when you will get the data from the post request, you are getting data in your view model, and you need to map it in your entity model so that you can save it in your database. Okay, so for that actually we need profiles. So what I will do is that I will go ahead and right click on this movie API demo and add a new class, and here I will give it name mapping profiles. Okay, mapping profiles. Hit enter. And first we need to inherit it from the profile type which is provided by automapper. So I will just go ahead and write profile. Okay, and hit control dot, and it will detect it's in the automapper. Just select using automapper. Okay, and here we need to create maps. Okay, and for that actually we will do it inside the constructor of this mapping profile. So I will just write CTOR, which is shorthand for creating parameterless constructors, and here we will use create map. Yes, this thing. So it requires type, and here you can see that it's saying T source, T destination. So means what entity you need to convert into what other type. Okay, so for example we have our movie entity. Okay, and we need to convert it into movie list view model. So I can write like movie. Okay, just hit control dot to import that namespace and convert it into movie list view model. Okay, hit control dot again, and that's it. Okay, once we do this movie into movie list view model, we can come back here in our movie controller, and inside our get method, if we come here, this get method where we are writing these number of lines. Okay, what we can do is that we can just write, what we can do is that just we can use mapper to map movie type into movie list view model. So for that we need to use automapper in this class also, and for that thing actually we need to register automapper as a service. Okay, so I will go inside our startup.cs class here, and here I will add automapper. So just below this db context I will write services dot add automapper, and we can register it on the assembly level. So I will just write app domain dot current domain dot get assemblies. Okay, it's done. So we have registered it in our configure services method, and here in our movie controller what I will do is that I will just write private read only imapper, and hit control dot to import the namespace, and then I can just write it like mapper underscore mapper, and similarly I will inject this auto mapper in our constructor. So I will just go ahead and write mapper is equal to mapper. Okay, so we are injecting it here, and we are then assigning it to our this private read only field. So back here what I can do is that I can write mapper dot map, and what we are going to do is that we are going to make it list of movie list view model. Okay, and then we have our this context dot movie dot include method, which is our text. And in the last, what we are doing, that we are actually converting it, and actually we no longer need this. So I will just go ahead and remove this. Okay, and here it is. So what we are doing is that now we are passing the list of movie as a value, sorry, as a parameter in this map method, and we are instructing automapper to convert it into movie list view model. So you can see that how easy it is, that we don't need to write those mapping manually again and again in each method. Okay, so this is the way you use automapper. So I will just go ahead and add some more mapping here. So like here we have this movie list view model. Similarly, we need to convert movie list view model into movie. Okay, so I will go ahead and just copy and paste it in case we need this. Okay, so I will just control X. I'm not sure that we are going to use it or not. And then again, let's control copy paste, and here we have our create movie view model. We need to convert into the movie. But here's the one thing, that in your movie you have actors list. Okay, that's list of person. But in your create movie view model, that actors field is list of integers. So when it will try to map it, it will give us error, we know that. Okay, so we can instruct it, okay, leave that part actually, because what we are doing is that when we are creating the movie here, we are handling that part. Okay, we are assigning these actors manually like this. So automapper does not have to do that thing. Okay, so for that we can just write for member, we can instruct it like this, x, such that x dot actors, which is in this create movie view model. We are saying that in the destination, here it says in the destination, please ignore it. Okay, so y dot ignore. So here we are just instructing it that you don't have to map this actor fields in the movie. We are doing it manually. Okay, and the same way, we can map movie list movie to movie details view model. Okay, movie details view model. And the same thing applies to our person class. Okay, so create map person to actor view model, and the same way to actor detail view model. Okay, and then we need to map actor view model to our person. And here actually the actor view model and person, they both have the same fields. There is no any type mismatch in the fields or properties, so we don't need to use for member in this case. But you get the idea that if you find such scenarios, you can use for member. There are much more there are many more functionalities provided by automapper which we are not using in this tutorial, but this is just very high level overview of using automapper in your projects. Okay, so let's revisit our endpoints again and just quickly use automapper in all of our endpoints. So in our get movie by id, we don't need this thing. So I will go ahead and just delete this. Okay, and Here we can just add a new variable like where movie list, actually not movie list, like movie data, and that movie data will be again mapper dot map, and actually we are converting it to movie details view model. Okay, and the thing which are, the source which we are converting is movie. Okay, and just keep this movie data as a value to our data field. So that one is also done. Coming back to our post request, here instead of this new movie thing, what we will do is that we will use again mapper dot map and map it to movie type, and we need to convert our model here. Okay, map our model here to movie type. So this is also done. And then when we are sending back the response, again we don't need to map it like this way. So I will again write mapper dot map, and I will write movie list view model details view model to, and then posted model. So let me revisit again here. So here we have actors person. We are validating if actors are correct or not. Then we are getting the posted model, and actually it's the post request. And uh, as in our mapping profile, we have said that okay, when map create view model to movie, don't handle this actors conversion because it's a type mismatch. So we need to update here. So we can write like posted model dot actors equal to actors. Okay, then we have this save changes, and then we have our posted model, and we are sending back our response data. Similarly, in our person controller, I will go ahead here and convert this to also use um, auto mapper. So here I will um, again copy this thing from here. Actually, I will go ahead and copy this whole thing and paste it here. Just copy and paste it here and put control dot. What is this? Yep, save it. And here in this person list, what we will do is that we will say mapper dot map to a list of actor view model, this thing, this person list which we are getting right now. Okay, in the end, so I have added this actor model just here, and let me change this also. Yeah, make it again. Okay, save it. So yes, so here I have made this change in actor model. I will not go ahead and update uh, each endpoint in this person controller. Uh, you get the idea how you can use the auto mapper. So first I will go into the movie controller and update, add the missing delete endpoint. Okay, so here I will come and add a new method that will be public. Actually, before adding that method, let me add that verb http delete. Okay, and here I will just write public I action result delete, not action result, delete, it's the method name, and then int id. Okay, and just inside this body I will again write base response model response equal to new base response model, and then we will have this try catch method, so exception, and in the try first we will get the movie details, so write movie, so movie is equal to underscore context dot movie dot where not has entity, okay, context dot movie dot where x such that x dot id is equal to id, which is our incoming parameter, and then I will write first or default. Okay, so first of default, and again we have to check if this request was valid or not, means that id is a correct id present in our database or not. So if movie is equal to null, okay, in that case we need to send back invalid movie record, something like that. Here we have already, so I will put it like this, and then here what we will do, that we will do like context dot movie dot remove, because once it's a valid request we need to remove this movie record from our database, so remove movie. Okay, and then we need to do like, and then we need to do underscore context dot save changes. Okay, and then again response dot status is equal to true, and response dot message is equal to deleted successfully. Okay, and then we can return okay, and it will be like 200 response. But if you want to give any other status code, you can try that. Some people use to send back different status code in case it's a delete http verb on success, so you can use that. There is any exception, we can send something like that. Okay, so this is our delete endpoint. One endpoint which we need to implement in this movie controller is our image upload endpoint. Okay, so for that what I will do is that I will add one more method here, and that will be also http post type. Okay, and we will give it a name, because right now we are using by default name as per http verb, so ASP.NET Core will figure out based on this http verb that where it has to go. But in this case actually we have already http post for creating the movie record, and for uploading API we will need to give it a route name, so I will just give it name route. Okay, and let's name it upload movie poster. Okay, upload movie poster, that's the route. Say public I action result, and let's name it upload movie poster, and we will use iForm file. Okay, and from here we will guess that image, say image file. Okay, now the first thing is that we will wrap it around try catch method, because exception can happen anytime. And in this try method, first we will get the file name. Okay, so where file name is equal to, say, content disposition header value. Header value, hit control dot, so it will be used this namespace dot parse. Okay, and we will use image, always typo, so image file dot content disposition dot file name, and we can just write trim start. So I will just remove if there is any. Sometimes we get quotation marks in this, so something like that. Okay, we will remove any quotation mark here, and also if there is any double quotation mark in the end also, so we will need to remove that too. Okay, so that's it. And then where we need to store our images. Okay, so I have my E drive, okay, where I will store these images. So I will write new path is equal to @ I am storing it in my E drive, so I am just writing this path, but you can use any path there. So I will just write to delete. And here's the thing that we can save our incoming images directly in our www root folder. Okay, if we use, it's not here, but in ASP.NET Core you can save these static files like images in www root folder, but it's not a good practice to store your images inside your application folder in your www root folder incoming request. So for that actually we are using, so for that actually we are saving it in any other folder other than our project folder, so that this thing could be configurable. Here I am writing it directly here, but you can also write it in app setting.json file, and you can just inject constructor here, sorry, configuration here, and use that key value to just get the data. But here I'm just writing it hard coded. But it's the main idea is that we should not save our incoming images or incoming static files in our application projects. It's not a good practice, also not very good from the security point of view. Okay, so we are saving it in our this e/to delete folder, and let me just show you that folder. So here is that folder on my system, my e-drive-to-delete. Okay, and just because it's a folder where we are saving, when anyone will try to access that file from this folder, they will not be able to access it, because if it's in a www root folder in ASP.NET Core, they can means in our startup.cs file there is setting using use static files. Okay, they can use it using that middleware. But in case we are storing these images in another folder, we need to configure that use static files middleware. Okay, so here what I will do, that I will just write app dot use static files. Okay, and here we'll write new static file options. Okay, static file options, and it's just a class. So here I will give it some values like file provider, and actually this is uh, stored on our local hard disk. So this is a new physical file provider. So new file result, not result, actually it's a physical file provider. So we will use this and hit control dot to using Microsoft extension file providers. Okay, and here again we will write that same path. So I will go ahead and just copy this thing, come back to our startup.cs class. Okay, and here we'll just write the request path is equal to, because that request path will be, say, something example.com slash, say, for example, if you are making any social network site, you will want so that people can access their profile images like example.com slash user profile says, that GUID ID or file name .jpg, something like that. So this is the request part. So what I will do is that I will just give it name simple, very simple, static files. Okay, here it is, and just let's close this. So this is done, and back to our movie controller class. Let's move ahead. So first I will check if this directory exists or not. Okay, if not directory, and we need to import system.io. So directory dot exist, and which directory exists, it's actually this new path. If it exists, okay, then no problem. But if it does not exist, then create that new directory. Okay, so directory dot create directory new path. Okay, now we need some validation. So like what uh, extensions are allowed. Okay, because we cannot allow people to use to you people to upload mp3 files. Okay, so I will just go ahead and write string array allowed image extensions, and that will be new string. Okay, and that will be like .jpg. Okay, another form is also jpeg, and let's add one more like .png is also. Only these three we are going to allow, only these three. And then we are saying if not allowed image extension contains, okay, what path. So that path is actually capital path, and path dot get extension. So here we are going to match the extension of incoming file name. So file name, so if this file name is not from allowed extension, we are going to return, and we are going to say bad request, and we can use here also, like new base response model, and here we can say like uh, status like false, and message like only dot jpg dot jpeg and dot png type files are allowed. Okay, that's it. And then we can just we can create a new file unique id. So what we will do, that we are not going to save this file as its coming name. Okay, we will give it different name. Okay, so I will just write a string new file name, and that should be like guide, yeah, guide dot new guide, and then I will say plus path dot get extension and your file name. So this will be the new file name. Okay, and then we can just give it name like string full file path is equal to path dot combine, and then we can say like new path, and I'd say new file name. Okay, and then we need to write the logic to write this file. So I will just write using where stream. So we will be using file stream. So file stream, and so the first parameter will be our full file path, means where we want to save this full file path, and then file mode will be create. Okay, and here you will write like await image file dot copy to async, and then stream. Okay, now this is, we are using await, so we need to convert this action method into async. So async async, and it should be like using task. So just set control dot to uh, set control, yeah, we don't need to import, it's already imported. So async task I action result, and here it is. And after this what we can do is that we can just return. Okay, and what I will do is I will just send it back as a custom response. So I will just write profile as write profile image. Okay, and profile image is equal to I will use string interpolation. So dollar, first of all, it could be http or https, so that's better not to hard code. So http context, okay, dot request dot scheme, and then we have also double colon slash slash. So we need to get http context dot request dot host, so it will just give us that website name like example.com, facebook.com, something like that. And then we need to give it the path. So you remember here in our startup.cs file, we have requested give this name request path static files. Okay, just copy this and come back to here. I will paste it like this, and then here I will just write new file name. Okay, let's close this. So this is our response here, and if there is any issue, so what we will do is that we will just go ahead and return something like that, and we can say error occurred. Okay, so this is our image API, image upload API endpoint. Okay, so our movie controller endpoint is done. Now let's go ahead and complete our person controller. So in person controller we have only three methods, which are get person by id, and post. So first of all, we will go ahead and add put request here. Okay, I will add a new method here. So that will be like http put, and I will write public I action result put, and that will be actor view model. Okay, actor view model, just name it model, and again base response model response is equal to new base response. Then we have our try catch. Okay, not es, I only give ex, or even though I don't need this thing. Okay, um inside this try method I will just write if model state is valid, then what we will do that where posted model is equal to, now we are using automapper, so mapper dot map, and this time I will write map it to person. So map the incoming model into person, and then again we will verify if model dot id is non-zero or not. Okay, so model dot id is less than or equal to 0, then we will just send that invalid person data. Do we have anywhere? Okay, let me just copy this thing, paste it here, and I will say invalid person data, invalid person record, and we are sending back the response. And now we need to fetch the person details. Okay, so where person details is equal to underscore context dot person dot where, and that will be x, such that x dot I x dot id is equal to incoming model dot id. Okay, so model dot id, and that will be first or default. Okay, and again we need to check if person Oh no, person details is equal to null. you know I will again send it back. You can make some changes in the messages just to identify which thing you know cause that response uh, false response. But I will use the same here, and then I will write underscore context dot person dot update, and I will just write posted model. But here actually this thing will give us error, because what we are doing is that we are there is another person details, and when you fetch the data using entity framework core, by default it tracks it. Okay, and what we are doing, that we are updating poster model, which is this thing. Okay, this poster model in our context, so it will give us error like, okay, it's a id conflicting, because it is already uh, tracking an id, and you are doing update that id via another object, not with the same object. Okay, so in that case actually we need to add an extension method, which is as no tracking. So it is provided by entity framework core as no tracking. And let's import the namespace, so Microsoft.entity framework core, and now it will work fine. So after update, let's do context dot save changes. And again, if you need async, you get the idea how we did it in the upload movie poster way. So you can use that same thing. Uh, Let me copy this thing and paste it here, but this time I will write updated successfully. Somewhere in our movie controller we had that thing where we are said created updated. This is in the put request, so that should be updated successfully. Okay, yeah. So here it's like that, updated successfully, and we need to send back our posted model. Okay, I will just copy this and send back posted model. And in case if it's not valid, so what we are going to do is somewhere in this post request we have this thing else validation failed, and then in the catch request we have always this thing everywhere. It's like universal. So our post request is also, sorry, put request is also done. Now we need delete request, so I will go again in the movie controller, just copy paste it again and again and again. So I will just copy this thing. Okay, come back to our person controller, paste it here, and this time we will use person. So that will be person, and if you hit control dot, actually it gives you option to rename movie to person. Yeah, rename movie to person. Invalid person record, and it should be not movie, it should be person. Okay, and here we have this deleted successfully. That part is done. Now one more endpoint we need in our person controller is for searching the person. So for example, say when you're creating a movie record, you will have a search box where you can find an actor, because of course you will type the name of the actor, because On the UI, you don't know the ID of the actor. Okay, you only know their name. So an end user will just go ahead and type the name of the actor, and it will hit a search person endpoint on our server. And if it has some names matching with the your user input, it will send it back to the user so that they can select, okay, I want this actor to add in this movie. Okay, so for that, what I will do is I will add a new endpoint here, and that will be of type get. Okay, so I will write just http get. Okay, and it will also be a different route because we are not routing based on the http verb. So route, and the, the path will be something like, say, search. Okay, slash, then your search text. Okay, so I will just give it name search text. Okay, and now let's add that method. So that will be public I action result, and I will again give it name get, but now this time it's string search text. And inside this, again, we will have this base response model is equal to new base response model. And then we have our usual try catch, and in this try catch block, what I will do is that I will search for that person. So I will write searched person. Okay, searched person is equal to underscore context dot person dot where x says that x dot name, not capital X. Okay, small x, I like a small x dot name dot contains what, our search text. Okay, and if it contains, what we will do is that we will use select, and that will be x as that new, and we will create anonymous object of that. So x dot id, and then x dot name. Okay, and that why it's okay, we have missed this arrow sign. So to list. Okay, and why we are just using x id x name, it's just for showing you, because this I am designing it keeping our keeping our React library in mind, that I am going to use select list in React side to list all the actors when we are going to create a new movie record using UI. So that's why I'm using this thing. So this is just a way that how you can select the record without using view models. So this is just to show how you can select the record and send it back to the UI without using any view models. But uh, it's not any ideal every time, just for casual one or two endpoints. So after this record, uh, when we are getting this record, what we are going to do is that again we are sending it back to the front end. Okay, so here true success, and we will say searched person. It's not a response model. I will just name it response, and if there is any exception, we will go ahead and use this. Okay, so yep, our API part is done. Let's once again go ahead and test it. Okay, so I will just run it again. So here we have our movie API, uh, get, post, put, delete, get, and again the post method. And similarly, we have person get, post, put, delete, get, and get method for searching a person. So if I go ahead and just write try and execute this, here we have Tom Cruise. So if in the search text part, if I just go ahead and write like TO only, okay, and hit execute, you see we are getting the data ID name Tom Cruise. Okay, so this is working fine. Our person I record was working already fine. So if I just search data based on ID 1, we have this 1, and with list of movies also. Put request for a person. Let's try this. Okay, so uh, name is ID 1, but that person ID 1 was Tom Cruise. But let's just name is Tom Cruise 2. Okay, just for testing it is. Okay, date of birth is this. um okay, date of birth is, say, let's name change this date of birth also. So like 19 what 64, yeah, something like that. Hit execute, and it says updated successfully, and you can see here that okay, its name uh, is Tom Cruise 2, date of birth. Here you are getting the created date, modified date, and movies null. And the issue here is that in our put request, we are not using uh, view model. Okay, so here is our put request, and here we are sending back our posted model, which is just a person. Okay, so that's why it's sending back your created date and updated date record. And coming back to our uh, API, we have this movie API also. So like delete and get request. So let me try to add a new person. So if I go to this person record post, try it out. I will just name is another person. Okay, execute it, and we have this ID number 2. And if I go ahead and get all the person APIs, sorry, person records, we have this ID 1 and 2, and also you can see the count is 2. And in the delete method, if I come ahead and if I go ahead and try it out and write number 2, hit on execute, it says deleted successfully. Come back to our person list, execute it again, and here you are getting now only 1. So delete part is also working fine. For your API part, we have already uh, used the check the post and get request. So But again, let's add a new movie. Okay, now this time I will say another movie, and description is no, actors is say one, and say this time I am sending back two, which is already deleted. Okay, and language is say English, and cover image, there's no cover image. And if I hit execute, what it says, invalid actor assigned. Okay, means this actor is not there. So let me remove that invalid id, hit execute, and here you can see that it's created successfully. And if I go to our movie, try it out again, here we should get id number 2 here with updated uh, actor name, Tom Cruise, with 1964. um, and in the delete part, let's just remove or delete that newly created movie. So if I just put id number 2, hit on execute, it's deleted successfully. And let me again check it. Here we have only one id, and the only one thing which is remaining here is this post method. Okay, so here is our post method. Let me try if we okay, yeah, we can try it from here. So if I just choose that file, okay, let me just show you that to delete folder. So currently it's empty. Okay, now let me choose a file. So here is some movie records. Let me check, select this Batman Begins, click on open, and finger crossed if it works fine or not. Let me execute this. Oh wow, so it has executed this thing. Okay, and if I come here to this delete, here you can see this is this image. And if I try to access this, let me try it. Okay, let's copy this and put it right here, hit enter, and here you can see that we can see that poster. So it means this thing is working fine. So this was our ASP.NET Core Web API part, and in the next part we are going to create UI using React.js. So in this part we will create front end for our project using React.js. So for that I will create React.js app. So let me open command line. So here's the command line, and I will go to different folder location where I want to create my project. So I will go to my E drive, and then I will go inside demo folder, and there I will write a command to create a React.js project. So I will write npx create React app, and I will just name it React CRUD app. So this will be the name of our application, React CRUD app. So after that I will hit enter, and 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 it will start downloading the required packages and create a React.js based project for us. So this may take some time, depends on your internet connection. So here you can see that it has created a React project for us. So we will just follow an instruction. It's saying just cd to your new React apps. I will just write cd React CRUD app, and here we can go ahead and just write npm start. Okay, but before starting this, I will open it in my choice of code editor, which is Visual Studio Code, and I will run it from there using integrated terminal. Okay, so I will just write code space dot, so it will open this project in Visual Studio Code. So here it is, and let me close this and maximize it. So this is our project, and here is the default app.js, index.js, and other files. Here we have this package.json file, and it has already installed some of the dependencies which are related to the React. And just to run this project, actually I can go ahead and open integrated terminal here. So I will just press control backtick or tilde sign, and here I can write npm start, and it will run our react.js project. So this is our by default react.js app here, and if I open our project, here is this app.js file which is having all those UI related things which is currently rendered on our application. So I will start with this app.js file, and first I will start with installing some npm packages which will be used in our project. So the first thing which I am going to install is bootstrap, so that we can put style in our react.js frontend. So what I will do that I will just first stop this, okay, and I will just install bootstrap. So I will just write npm install, and the package name is react bootstrap, and then bootstrap at rate 4.6.0. And actually I found it from the react.js website. So if I go here and if I write react boots react bootstrap, and here is that site, and if I open this up in the get started section, you will find this here. Okay, so npm install react bootstrap and bootstrap 4.6. Let me just copy this thing, okay, and come back here, and because many times there is typo, so I will just write this down and hit enter, and it will download and install this react bootstrap package for us. And after that, actually what I will do that I was previously planning to install the libraries as we will use them, but I think it's good to install it in the starting of the project. So I will just write npm install, and I will install react router dom so that we can handle the page routing in our react.js application. So I will just write react dash router dash dom, and then also we will be doing pagination on our UI. So for that, actually I will use a package named react paginate. So react dash paginate, and then I will also use a package react select, just for selecting uh, for showing multi-select list in our UI. So I will just write react dash select and hit enter. So yes, it has installed all these packages. So if I go to package.json file, okay, here we can see that it has bootstrap, react bootstrap, react dom, react pagenet, react router dom, react scripts, react select, and web vitals. All these packages are installed in our project. So let's start by changing app.js file. So in this app.js file, what I will do is that I will just delete everything from here. And actually, before changing this thing, let's run our project. So npm start. Let's close these two earlier windows because we don't need that. And actually, I will just go ahead and detach this thing from here because uh, this window is using ASP.NET Core, and as soon as we stop the debugging, this window will close, and I don't want to close my React.js app. So that's why I have to test that. So here is our React app running in browser. And now if I open our Visual Studio Code here, let's delete this thing. Okay. And we will start with header and content area of our app. So let's start from adding a container. So container, and it says auto import from React Bootstrap. So yeah, actually we need to import it from React Bootstrap because that container is from there. So I will hit enter, and you can see it has imported it from there. And inside this container, actually we will put everything in browser router. Okay, so I will just go ahead and write and this browser router, actually that should come from React router dom. Okay, so here I will do import browser router from React router dom. Here it is. Okay, and let me change it in case it's misspelled. So here it is, browser router. Okay, and inside this, actually I will go ahead and add a nav bar using React Bootstrap. Okay, so I will write nav bar, hit enter, and actually sometime it doesn't takes it, so I have to write here also. No, many times it gives you a suggestion to use auto import this thing, but sometimes it doesn't. So kind of inconvenience, but yeah, okay. So PG background will be our dark, so dark color, and let's put variant is also dark. And where do I get this thing is actually from the React Bootstrap website. Okay, yeah, actually it seems like very slow. And inside this nav bar, actually the first thing will be our nav bar brand. So I will write nav bar dot brand, and that will be as link. Okay, so I'll write just link, and here it says auto import from React router dom. That's correct, we need to import it from React router dom. Why it doesn't import it? Okay, yeah, here it is, it says already imported as link, and then to our home page. Okay, so this slash, and let me give this name, movie world. Okay, so the name of uh, the page will be movie world, and then again we will have some links here. So I will write nav, yeah, to import it also from React Bootstrap, and the class name will be mr dash auto. And actually why I am using this thing class name auto is because I have much more experience using React Bootstrap on normal, without React.js library websites, means without using React Bootstrap package, using directly Bootstrap on normal websites. So that's why I use them. And this is the way, here you need to use class name instead of class when using general CSS class from Bootstrap library. So you can also use it that way. So this is one of the example of that. And inside this navbar item, actually we will have two links. One link for opening movies page and another link for opening actors page. Okay, so I will just write nav dot link. Okay, and that will be also as link, yeah, it's capital link, and it will be to, that will be home page. So our idea is that on the home page we will list all the movies. So that's why uh, we have this brand going to the home page, and on the home page we will just list movies, all the movies. So I will give this link name movies. Okay, and the same way I will just copy and paste this line. We will have another link for actors, so I will just name it actors, and just display text will be actors. So this is our header, and in the body part actually we will display different pages, and those pages will be handled by routing. So our header is stationary, on all pages it will be shown, but all the other data will be dynamic and will be based on the route as displayed in the browser address bar. Okay, so here I will use switch, so I will write switch. Yep, and that should also say auto import from React Router DOM. Yeah, so hit enter, and here the first thing that we need is the component which we will render for our home page. Okay, so that should be our landing page. So for that actually I will go ahead and write route. So we need to import it from React Router DOM. Yes, route, and that path name match exactly. Okay, so I will just put this exact, and then path is our home page, so slash, and then we need to mention the component. Okay, component, and that component should be your landing page. So one way to write is like this way, and then your component. But what will be our component? That component will be a landing page component. Okay, so let's do some organization here. So the main idea is that I will create two folders. One folder will be called pages, another folder will be called components. So components, actually in React everything is a component. Okay, there is no difference in a page and a component, but it's just for organization purpose, so that developer can find those codes easily. Okay, so here we have a very small application, like up to 10 components. But say if you are a very bigger projects where you have like 50, 60 components there, So at that time it's very hard to find where that component is. Okay, so for that I will do project structuring here. So I will just go ahead and create a new folder. So I will hit this icon, new folder, and I will give it name pages. Okay, and then I will have another folder, components, not here, in the src uh, folder. And how can I delete this thing? Delete. Yeah, it has deleted. Okay, so I will again select this page, app.js file, and then hit on new folder and give it name components. Okay, so in this pages folder I will go ahead and create a new JS file. Okay, and I will give it name landing.js. You can give it name anything you want, but it's just my choice of name to use landing.js. Okay, and I will go ahead and add a new component named landing. Okay, so I will just go ahead and write import react from react. Okay, and here I will just create a functional component. So const landing, and it will not require any props because it's the main component or root component. And here I will just go ahead and right now just return. Okay, return a simple text. Okay, and that simple text will be like, say, div uh, hello from landing page. Okay, and here I will say export default landing. Okay, and back here we need to import this. So I will just go ahead and write import landing from pages slash landing. Okay, and I can go ahead and write landing here, something like that. And let's close this. So this is our first route, and similarly we can have another page for our actors, because we have this actors link. So in this pages uh, folder, so in this pages folder I will go ahead and create a new JS file that will be actors.js. Hit enter, and what I will do is that I will just go ahead and copy all this thing, paste it here, and just name this actors. Okay, and same way here, yeah, actors. Let me save this also. And here, as we are getting landing, we will get actors, and just copy paste this line and exact path slash actors. And here uh, we can write it like this way. Also we can write it, just write it simply actors like this. Okay, so this is one of the way of writing this route. Okay, so we have only these two routes, and they are calling, first one is calling the landing page, another one is calling the actors page. And let me just change this just to figure it out that yeah, it's working fine or not. So I will write hello from actors page. Okay, and inside this app folder we have this actors here. So let's save all. So here we have this save all option. I will hit save all, and it will again compile everything. And again, now if I go to app.js file, here you can see that we have our movie world, movies, actors, and here we cannot see anything, but it's changing. Okay, right now, right here. So why our styling is not working? For our styling to work, we need to add bootstrap in our index.html file. Okay, so like here, if I go to our public folder, here we have index.html file. Okay, and if I go ahead and open React Bootstrap again, here it says that you need to include this CSS in your index.html file. Okay, so I will just go ahead, copy this thing, and I will open our page here, and after the title somewhere here, okay, I will go ahead and paste it. Okay, let me format it like this way. Let's save this. And now if I see our project here, you can see here we have this styling applied, but still we cannot see any of our text here. Okay, so let me check. If I come to this landing, let me close this thing. So here is our app.js file. Here we have our uh, switch element, and it's calling our landing page and actors page. But here the problem is that I have written compo double NENT. It doesn't work this way, so actually we need to correct it. So component, hit save. Okay, and now if I go here, you can see here it says hello from actors page, hello from landing page. Okay, so these are our actors and landing pages. Now we will work on listing all the movies in our landing page. So for that, actually, I will first I will add some rows in our landing component. I will go in landing.js file, and here instead of returning hello from landing page, first I will create this fragment, and inside it I will just add one row, and that row is from React Bootstrap. Okay, and inside this row the first will be our column, so I will just write call, that is also from React Bootstrap. And for very small screens it will take whole screen like 12 columns, and for medium screens it will take like 10 columns. And here inside this column I will give it a heading as to movies. Okay, and similarly in another column what I will do is that I will give it full length. For smaller screens will be 12, sorry, 12, and for medium screens it will be like only 2. And what we are going to put here is a button to create new movie record. Okay, so I will just give it class name, and that class name will be align self center. And align self center is because we need that button to be aligned in the middle. Okay, so inside this I will add a button, so I will use button, and that will also from React Bootstrap, so I will use the second one, button, and that class name will be float right. And on click we will uh, handle create movie functionality. Okay, so for now actually what I will do is that for now I will keep it as blank, because I will implement this functionality later, and just give this button a name, add new movie, add new movie. And after that here we will actually create a new component to list all the movies, and also we will reference another component to create new movie. Okay, so for that I will go ahead in the components folder, and here I will create another component which will be called movie list.js. Okay, so let's add that component that will be called movie list.js. Okay, and I will just go ahead and copy this thing, paste it here, and I will give it name movie list, something like that, and just paste it here also, save it, and back to our landing.js file I will import it. Okay, so import movie list from double dash double dot means in the parent folder, components slash movie list. Okay, and we will use it right here, so that will be like movie list, something like that. And also we will have another component that will be create movie model. So for that I will add another component, create movie model. So I will go ahead here and add a new component, create movie model.js. Okay, hit enter, and just like movie list I will create another component and give it name create movie model. Okay, just save this also, and in this our landing page I will just copy and paste it, and let me just copy it again, and here I will just name it something like this, and here I will write create movie model, and again here I will write create movie model. Okay, so this is our basic landing page. Let me hit save, and let's see what's our changes. So here's our changes. Okay, so here it has written this movie heading, and here we have this add new movie button, and here we have those two components. So back to our code. Now we will add some logic in our movie list. So this movie list will actually fetch our API and get all the movie list from there. So actually we will call the get all movies endpoint from this component. So here in movie list, first thing that uh, we will do is we will use some state to store our uh, movie items. Okay, so I will write const uh, movies, and another will be set movies, and here I will write use state. So it's saying auto import from React, yes, use state, and that will be null. Okay, so once we get the movies list from our API endpoint, we will save it here in our movies uh, state variable. Okay, and the same thing is with the movie count, that we will save what's the list count of this movie, so that we can use it in our pagination. So I will just go ahead and copy and paste it, and I will write movies count, and here set movies count, and by default its value will be 0. Okay, and similarly we will have another state variable for page, that on what page number we are currently. Okay, so page and set page, and that will be also by default 0. So this is uh, the state variable that we need in this. And after that we will use effect. So what we will do is that as soon as this component is called, it will call our API endpoint, fetch all the movies list data, and update it. Okay, so I will write use effect, and inside this the first parameter will be your function, and actually this function will get all the movies. Okay, so I will write get all movies, and to get all movies, actually we will create another function, and after this first parameter as a function, another parameter is on what variables actually it depends. So actually if we put the second parameter as empty array, this use effect logic will run only the first time that component will be loaded. So once it's loaded, it will be there. But actually we are going to use pagination. Okay, and when we will change the pages, we want that list to be updated. Okay, so what we will do is that we will set it to change when our page number will be changed. Okay, so it will actually track the page variable. So I will just write here page, and we will use a function get movies to get all our data. Okay, so here I will write const get movies, and that will be factor function, and inside that we will use fetch. Okay, so I will write fetch, and then the URL of our backend API. Okay, so we can go ahead and write it here hard coded, but actually say it's in our development time, but say when you are going to the production, we will need to go ahead and find that URL and change everywhere. That's not a good thing. So it's good to use some environment settings or environment related files to manage this information. Okay, so for that actually we can use .env file, and create react app has already support for .env file. Okay, so I will go ahead in the root of our project, so I will just select package.json file, and here I will add a new file .env. Okay, and inside this .env I will go ahead and write some key value pairs. So first I will just write node path. That is one is not required, but I will write it anyway. Src. And then I will put our API URL. Okay, so in this, actually all the environment variable names should start with React app. Okay, so I will just write React underscore app, and then our environment variable names. I will just write API underscore URL. Okay, so this is the one thing, one environment variable that we need. And second thing is that actually for the paging that should be configurable, we will add another environment variable here. Okay, so I will write React app API URL, but here it will be paging size. So paging underscore size. Okay, and for this tutorial, actually I will just keep it 2 because I'm not going to create too much data. Okay, so I have just set the paging size to 2. And for your React app API URL, what I will do is that I will just go to our application here, Swagger, and I will just copy this thing. Okay, so here you can see that this is the request URL, https localhost 44302 slash API slash movie. So actually I will copy this whole thing from this to API, and because in every route we have this API added. Okay, so I will use it in our project. I'll post it right here. Here it is. Save it, and actually it will require to restart this thing. So I will just stop it. Yes, and then run it again, because uh, if we change anything here we need to restart it because it's an environment variable and this one is loaded at the first time only. Okay, so after that I will come back to our movies list here, and it has again started here, and it is also here already tracking. So let's reload this. Okay, I will detach it same way, and I will close that earlier one. Okay, so here in our movies list.js file I will use that environment variable. Okay, so I will write here process dot env dot, then this I will use this thing, React app API URL. Okay, and then I will write movie. Okay, and then we have this page size. Okay, so I will write page size is equal to, because if we go here in Swagger, you can see here we have our get all movie endpoint, and here we have this page size is equal to 10. And actually this page index is by default 0, so here they have not sent it. Okay, but from our front end we will send them. Okay, so back to here I will use again our environment variable. So I will write process dot env dot react app paging size. So this will be React app paging size, and then in the last we will add page index. So I will write and page index. and that page index will be, sorry, I missed this, equal to sign will be page, which is your this current page number. So in case your page number is 1, the first page, this value will be 0. If you are on the second page, that page value will be 1. Okay, so after that, this request, if there is any response, then we will first convert that response into JSON. So I write res.json, and then what I will do, that I will update our state variable movies and movies count according to our response. Okay, so if now here res.status, so remember in our API we have status, message, all these fields as response coming from our front end. Okay, so if res.status triple is equal to true, okay, and res.data dot count is greater than 0, then we will do set movies to res.data dot movies. Okay, so it will update all the movies here. And another thing which we will update is movies count. Okay, so I will write set movies count, and actually that movies count number is the all the movie records. Like say if there is 100 movie records, okay, and your paging size is 10, so you need to show only up to 10 numbers in your paging, so that a person can go ahead and click on number 10 and it will show the movies from list number IDs 91 to 100. Okay, so you will need to calculate that paging number based on the number of movies. Okay, so for that I will write math dot sil, and here I will write response res dot data dot count, and then again we will divide it by this page size. Okay, so I will just copy this, paste it here. Okay, and in case if data dot count is 0, it means there is no record in our system. So we can write res dot data dot count if this is 0. Okay, so I will just go ahead and show an alert. Okay, so alert, and here I can show there is no movie data in system. There is no movie data in system. Okay, and in the last, if there is any error, okay, so that dot catch, and if there is any error I will just alert, hit alert, error getting data. So yeah, this is how we are right now catching any error. You can handle it as per your requirement. There are multiple ways to handle it. Some people show the exact error on the UI, some people only show the generic message, like here I'm showing only the generic message. So it's up to you how you will show that. And then I will just call this here in our use effects. So I will say get movies, like this. Okay, so once we get the movies, actually we need to show them in our UI. Okay, so I will go ahead in our return part, and here I will just write this thing, and it's fragment. And here I will first check if movies is not null and it's not empty. Okay, so I will just write if movies and movies is not is equal to empty array. In that case, let's map it. Okay, so I will, let's let's render each movie data. So I will just write movies dot map, and inside this I will use m is that data element, and then I for the index, and here I will render it in a movie list item. Okay, so what I will do is that I will create another component for movie list item. Means I can go ahead and add it right here, but it's just for demonstration purpose that how you can use that. Okay, so here when I have selected this movie list, I will add a new file, movie item, movie dash item.js, and again here in this movie item.js, let me copy this thing, and in movie list movie item I will first update its name. So movie item, let's copy this here again, and actually what we will do is that here we will pass the data related to the movies, means this m, to our movie item so that it can render that data. Okay, so here I will use props. Okay, and inside our um, return method, again I will use this fragment. I will use row, and row from React Bootstrap. Okay, and that row will have some columns. So column, and that column, this will be a type of item. Okay, and on the small screen its size will be 12, means full, and on the medium screen its size will be 2 only. And why 2? Because here we will only show the image. So I will write image, and then src, and here we will write the cover image. Okay, so I will write src, sorry, props dot data dot cover image. So how I am getting this these values is based on this data. Okay, so here you can see you have id, title, actors, language, release date, and this cover image. Okay, so I am using this thing, so cover image. And in case there is no cover image, we need some placeholder for our image, right? So what I will do is that I will use an image and paste it in our public folder. Okay, just like here we have this logo uh, png files, we will add one placeholder image to show uh, okay, there is no image, something like that. So that is one of the way you can use public folder, but also you can put that file in your src folder also. Like here you have logo.svg file right now here, right? Okay, so I will go ahead and put it right here. So let me copy that image, and if I come here to our src folder, come on, right click here and reveal in file explorer. If I go inside here, okay, and I can paste it right here. So this is this noimage.png file which I have. Okay, I will just close this and it should be showing here. Yeah, here it is, no image. And here at the top I can just write import, and I will just go give it any name like no image. Simple, it doesn't need to match with that. Okay, no image from dot dot no dash image. So this is your folder. Okay, currently you are going to the parent folder in the src directory and you have to get this file. Okay, so I will write image no image.png, and in case this cover image part is null, it will use this no image file. Okay, and then let's put some style on this. So I will write style just for the width and height of this image. So for width, actually I will use 150 pixel, and for height again I will use 150 pixel, just to show this as a square. So this is our first column. Let's copy this and paste it here, and let's add our second column. So that will be using this medium size will be 10, and here the first thing which I will add is a div element, and inside this div in bold we will show the title of the movie. So I will write props dot data dot title. Okay, and then there will be another div, and that div will actually list all the actors in that movie. So I will write actors, and then I will write props dot data dot actors. So if we go here and see this, we have this actors key in our response. So props dot data dot actors, and then again I will write map, and in not amp map, and here I will fetch only the name of the actor. So x dot name, x dot name. So this name is this field, and after that actually say there are 4 or 5 actors, we want to show them in a comma separated way. Okay, so what I will do is that I will just write dot join, and in join I can just specify a uh, separator like this, and that's it. So this is our actors part, and then we can have some buttons for showing details or edit that movie record or delete that movie record. So for that we will have some buttons. Okay, but I will add it later. And then after that actually I will add one more column, and that is just for showing a horizontal line hr. Okay, like this. So this is our movie item here. Let me save this, and it's not used in the movie list yet, so that's why this application not refreshed. So here I will just write import movie item from movie item. Okay, and here where we were um, mapping all our data, I can go ahead and write this movie item. Then we can use key, because React says if you are looping anything, always give it a key so that it can give a key. And then our data, because in our movie item, from the props we are checking this data value. Okay, so we need to pass the data here, and in the data actually we will send this movie item itself. Okay, so yeah, that's it. This is our movie item, and if that movies list is null or empty, so in that case, um, actually we need to render nothing, like this. Okay, so this is our listing of that movie records. So let's save this, and let's check if it's still working fine or not. So it says use effect is not defined, because we need to use effect from React. Save it. Okay, now if I come back to our this page, here it says use effect is not defined. Okay, and if I hit refresh, it says error getting data. Okay, let me open my developer console here, and let me check what's going on. Okay, so I hit refresh, it says error getting data. Okay, I said yeah, and here it said course error. Okay, so what is happening that our application is running on localhost 3000. Okay, but our API is running on localhost 44,302. Okay, so it's not allowing it. It's saying okay, this origin is something different from this web API's origin, and it's not allowed. So for that, actually we need to set up some course policy in our application. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to add course policy in our web API. Okay, so let's open our web API project here, and let's close this. Okay, after closing this, if we open our startup.cs file, here we need to add a course policy. So for that, after this controllers, okay, I will go ahead and add a course service. So I will write services dot add course. Okay, and here I will give it value like options. Oh no, options, such that options dot add policy. Okay, and I will give this policy a name like allow all, and then I will set it up like it will allow any origin. Okay, so p dot allow any origin. Okay, and allow any method. So allow any method, and allow any header. Okay, so dot allow any header. So this is our course policy which we have added here, and after adding it, actually we need to use it in our middleware. So here after authorization, what I will do is that I will write app dot use course, and we need to give it that CORS policy which we have defined in our services. So its name was allow all. Okay, so here we have allow all, and let's put a semicolon here and save it and then run it again. So here it is, and let me check again. It's working fine or not. Here it is working fine. Okay, and back to our React app project. If I just refresh it again, here you can see got it. Okay, and here it is, movies, and we have currently not set up any image. You remember that if you see this preview of this data, okay, on this first one, this cover image is empty. Okay, that's why it's using this image, and it's the name of the movie and it's the actors. So if you see here in the actors, you have this Tom Cruise too. Okay, and here it's showing like actors Tom Cruise too. So our fetch API is working fine. Okay, so now we need pagination and UI for creating a movie record in our front end. So for pagination, I have actually already installed React Paginate library in our project. So for that, I will go ahead and here add a new div. Okay, and let me give this a class name, and that class name will be deflex, and that will be justify content center. Okay, so deflex justify content center, and inside this actually I will use React Paginate. So I will write React Paginate. So this is the library which I have already installed, but it's not showing here, so no problem. I will go ahead here at the top. I will do import React Paginate from React Paginate. Here it is. Okay, and now below here we need to some we need to set some uh, fields. So here I will write previous level. So here it is, previous level, and that previous level will be called only previous, and for the sorry and for next field will be next level, and that will be also called next. Okay, simple. And the break label will appear when we have, say 1 to 1000. So in between we will show dot dot dot, like 123 dot 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 99 100, something like that. Okay, so break label will be triple dot, and then uh, break class name page link, then page count. So page count will be our movie count. Okay, so movie count, then margin page displayed will be 2, page range displayed will be 5. You can find all these fields and their values on React Paginate documentation. So most of them are by default values which I am using here. So on page change here, we will actually I will go ahead and create a new uh, function that will be handle page click, which I will be creating shortly. Then container class name. So container class name will be pagination, and then page class name will be page item. It as item, and these are bootstrap classes. And page link class name is just page dash link, and also previous class name will be also page link, and next class name also page link, and active class name will be active. So I have added all these fields here. Okay, now I need to create this on page change event handler. So I will copy this, and on top, before this return method, I will put it here, handle page link. Actually it will be const handle page click, and actually that method will pass page index. Okay, so I will write page index, and here we can say set page, and we will say page index dot selected. Okay, you can console log this variable to know what more fields it has. So you can use console.log for that, but here I'm just using this number selected to set our page number. And once this will be set, our page value will get changed, and it will again go and fetch the data based on the page index. Okay, so that's the idea. So let's hit Control S to save this, and let's see if it has added pagination here. Here you can see that it has pagination right now here, so it's working fine. And now we have to add create movie UI. So for that, I will go in our create movie model, this component here, and in this component, first thing is that we will use a model pop-up to show create movie dialog on our landing page. So here what I will do is that I will just delete this thing, and let me remove this also. And here I will go ahead and add model. Okay, and this model is actually from React Bootstrap. So I will use this React Bootstrap, and it has a property named show. Means if you want to show the model pop-up, or you want it to hide. Okay, and actually when we will click the button, then when we will click the button show create new movie, then we need to show this model. So if I come here, if I click on this button, then only that model pop-up should open here, and it should give us option to create a new movie. Okay, so back here, what we will do is that we will pass that variable value via props in this. Okay, so I will write here props, and in the props we will have a value show. Okay, so I will just write props dot. I will show you how we are going to handle that thing. Or yeah, just let me do that. Okay, here. So like here we have create movie model, which we are actually creating here. And here what we can do is that here we can write show equal to let's set a variable, state variable show. Okay, so for that I will add here a state variable const so, and I will say set, sorry, set show, and by default it will be false. So use state, yeah, imported from React, and by default it will be false. Okay, and then here we will have some event handler. Okay, so for example, here we have this button add new movie, and here we have on click nothing. Okay, so on click of this new button we need to open this movie model dialog. So for that actually we need to set this show method as true, right? So here what we can do is that here we can use set show to true, and that's it. So this will set it to true, and actually here this is just one liner, so we don't need this. If there were multiple line, then you will need these curly braces, but just one line, so we don't need that. So here we have the set show true, and it will just set the value of this show state variable here, and this is passed via this props, and this key name will be show. Okay, so that's how we are getting this props show here. And also we need to handle when we will, you know, close this pop-up. Okay, so back on our landing page here we can add a method. Okay, handle close. So I will just write handle close, and actually that will do something like this: set show to false. Okay, I just forget that fat arrow function. Yeah, so this handle close field will also be passed via props in our create movie model. So I will just copy this, and in here inside this create movie model or JS I will write on hide. I will do props dot handle close, and then we have this I will add a field backdrop. And why I am using this backdrop is because I don't want that model to be closed when we click outside that model. Actually I will, you know, add it later. I will not use it right now. I will just show you how. Then I will write centered because I want this in the center of the page. Okay, and then we will have model dot header, and this will also have a close button. Okay, and it will have model dot title, and that will be add new movie. Then we will have model dot body. Okay, model dot body, and here we can have any our body. So I will just write this is body. Okay, and then You can also have model.footer, but here I'm not going to use footer. So if I just save all of these, and let's view our page here, and if I click on this add new movie, you see here add new movie, and this is the body, and here we will have all that data related to creating movie record, sorry, and here we will have all fields related to create movie record. But here you can see if I close here, if I click here, you can see it's closing. That's why I was saying to add a backdrop here. So I will just write backdrop, and that should be static. And then also we don't want it to close my keyboard, so I will write keyboard is equal to false. Okay, yeah, just save this, and back here, if I click on this, here you can see it's not closing until we click here. So that this was our model pop-up, and now I will add all our controls here. But here I want to use a component which I can use for creating the movie record as well as editing the movie record, so that we can reuse this component at two different places. Okay, so for that, actually I will go ahead and create a new component as edit movie. Okay, so here I will add a new JS file that will be edit dash movie.js, and in this let me again copy this thing, paste it here, and in the edit movie I will first update its name, so I will just write it edit movie, and I will copy this and paste it here also, edit movie. Okay, and now as we are going to use it for creating a new movie record as well as also editing a movie record, first we will see how we can use this for creating a movie record. So in this return method, first I will go ahead and remove this thing. Okay, and nope, remove this thing, and here first of all I will use form, and that form will be from the React Bootstrap. So enter form. Okay, the first item will be form group, so I will write form dot group. Okay, and also we'll have a class name, because we here we will put element for showing the movie poster or uploading a new movie poster. Okay, so class name d flex, and then it will have name justify content center. Okay, and then inside this we will have an image. Okay, so I will write image, and this image will be from also React Bootstrap, and its width will be 200, and its height will be also 200, and the src will be from our movie object. Okay, so here I have not created any movie object. So first of all I will go ahead here and write const, and then write movie, and then set movie, and we can say use state, that will be null. Back here in the src I will write movie, and if movie is not null, then I will use movie dot cover image. Okay, otherwise we will use no image, and this no image will be the same thing which we are using in our movie list. So I will go here. Oh, sorry, it's in movie item. Okay, let's copy this thing, come here and paste it here. Okay, so this is if there is no cover image, we will just use no image and disclose this image tag. And another part is that we, if there is if this is the create method or in edit method, if we want to update that image, we will need to upload a new image. Okay, so I will just go ahead and duplicate this, and here this time I will use a div. Inside this div, actually I will use input. Okay, input HTML tag, and this will be type of file. Okay, and on change event, actually what we will do that we will create a event handler for handle file upload. Okay, handle file upload. Okay, let's close this thing. So let's create this event here, sorry, event handler here. So I will just write const handle file upload, and here we will write event. Okay, and then inside the body, what we will do is that we'll say event dot prevent default, because we don't want this to do the natural thing of input file event. Okay, so that's why, because we are actually handling this thing from react.js and fetch API. Okay, that's why we are using event dot prevent default. And after that we will get the file. So I'll write where file is equal to event dot target dot files, and we will take the first one because we are only uploading only one file at a time. Okay, and then we'll write const, and we will create an instance of form data. So I will write as new form data. Okay, and here what I will do is that form dot append, and here I will give it name image file. Okay, and that image file you will find here. Okay, if I go to our movie controller, and here you have this image file. Okay, so this is matching with that name, and here I will add this file. So this is our form data instance, and after that we will use that fetch API to post this data to our API. Okay, so I will do fetch, and here we will write process dot env dot, let me use this thing, process dot env react app url plus movie slash upload. Actually I will go ahead and copy this from here. Okay, so where is it? It's here. I will just copy this thing, come back here and paste it. Okay, so this is our URL, and then we need to put our request parameters. Okay, so here first option is the method. So method is type of post. Okay, and then body. So body is our form data which we have created here. Okay, so form, and then if it's successful, then we will do convert it into JSON format. So I will write just res dot JSON. Okay, and again then I will do res, and I will use where uh, actually I will get the current movie state variable and put it in a local variable. So just just a random name, say where da is equal to movie, which is our state variable. And what I will do is that I will just update its cover image is equal to res dot, if you remember that its value was profile image, which I have used in the code. So here this is profile image. Okay, so let me just copy this thing, similar, yeah, that was the same. And after updating this, I will use this set movie, and I will use say all data, such that um, I will use return, and I will just use all data, new data, and this will be triple dot. Okay, so what's going on here is that this cover image is not the element itself. We are updating, the inner child. That's why we need to uh, write it in this way. So when we update this way, and this old data is the the earlier value of this movie object, movie state variable object. Okay, and this is the one which we are updating, the da. So what we are doing, that we are updating the old object with the new object here. So that's it. And after that, let's do catch to handle if there is any error. So I will just write alert, and I will just write error in file upload. Okay, let's select everything, control A and control F to format this thing, so that, yeah, it's looking fine. Sometimes it's just like this. I will just hit shift tab, and it will come here. So this handle file upload part is also done. I will add other fields also here. So let, let's add this form group here. I don't need this uh, class name, but I need control ID. Okay, so I will write control ID, and this will be form movie title. Okay, so form movie title. Okay, and here we will have a form dot label, and label for what? Movie title. Okay, so movie title, and then form control, means that input control. So form dot control, and then name will be title. Okay, value will be if movie is not null, then movie dot title. Okay, otherwise blank. This thing, also it's a required field from our front end, and also its type is text. And also what I will do is that I will just write autocomplete off, because I don't want it to show different suggestions. And then we will have placeholder. Okay, and here we can enter movie name. Okay, and the most important thing is on change. So on change method we will uh, create a new handler for handling field change. Okay, so I will write handle field change, and actually we will be using this same handler for each of the input text type in our form. Okay, so I will just copy this thing and come here. Before this return method, I will just write const handle field change, and here I will write event, and again we need to update the records inside our movie state variable. So what I will do is that I will just go ahead and copy this thing. Okay, paste it here, and let me put it like this. And here, instead of cover image, we don't know which field we are updating, if it is title field, if it's the description, if it's the release date, or if it's the language of that movie. We don't know. So we will use this thing, which is event target name. Okay, so event dot target not name. And here if you see that we have this name property, and this is set as exactly as it will have in this movie state variable. Okay, that should be exactly same. So what's the variable name? That should be exactly the name. Okay, so when it will go here, it will just find this variable name, and it will update its value with this event value. So here we don't need this rest dot profile image. Here we will write event dot target dot value. Okay, so this is it. Our handle field change event handler is completed. And here in our movie title field, we will add an area, so that if there is any validation message related to this form control, we can show it here. Okay, so I will go ahead, remove this thing, and here I will write form dot control dot feedback. Okay, and feedback will be type of invalid. Okay, here I will write please enter movie name. Okay, and for that actually we will use a form validation. So here I will go ahead and add first of all no validate, and if that form is validated or not, so I will just write validated, validated, and we need to create this state variable. Okay, so here at the top I will go ahead and write validated, put it right here, and set movie, set validated, and its value, the default value will be false. Okay, so I will say false. Yeah. And here I will also use form on submit, but I will use later. Okay, so this is form label, form control feedback, which we are showing right now here. Same way, we will need fields for the description, field for the movie release, fields from the language and all these thing. So I will go ahead and copy this whole thing and put it right here. And the second thing is that form movie, that sorry, the second control is for form movie description. Okay, so I will write description, and actually it's not a required field. Okay, so I will just remove this thing. Also we will remove this whole thing. And in fact, actually this is not uh, a text type control. Actually it's text area. Okay, so I will write text area, and what will be the by default height of that, so that will be like uh, 3 rows, so I will write rows 3. Okay, and the name will be description, and the same way this variable will be description, and I will say enter movie description, and this will be not autocomplete, will be not used here, and it will have that same handle field change event. Okay, same way like here we will add for the release date, so I'll just copy this thing and put it here, form movie release date, and actually here we have given it name, only title, just name. Let's change this. So movie description, and here let's name this release date, and also name of this field is date. Let's copy this again, put it right here. It's required, but it's type of date. We don't need autocomplete here. Placeholder, we also don't need that because it's date control, so remove it. And handle field change will be same as it is, and we will need to change please enter movie release date, so release date. Okay, that's done. Then we will have form will have then we will have form control for movie actors, and actually that will be a multi-select list. Okay, so I will just go ahead again, copy all this thing, and here I will write actors, and we don't need all these things, so I will just remove this, and here I will write async select. Okay, and actually we need to import this async select from uh, react select. So what I will do is that I will import async select from react select. Okay, and back here, in the async select part, I will first use cache option, and we need to instruct it that it's a multi-select. So I will write is multi, and then value. And value, for the value, actually we will use another state variable called actors. And why actually we need another value for actors is because uh, the structure for the async select and the data which we are getting from the actors from our web API is different. Okay, from there actually we are sending ID and name, but in async select these values, fields values are like value and label. Okay, so that's why I need another state variable. So I will go ahead and here add a new state variable, and I will call it first one like actors, and second one is set actors. Okay, and back here I will set it to use actors. Then we use load option. Okay, so load uh, options, and load options means what options this async select or multi select control will show. The thing is here is that we need a functionality that as soon as we type, okay, it should get the data from the backend and show those records in our multi select. Okay, so for that actually I will create another event handler, and I will just name it promise option. Okay, why I am naming it promise option? Because it will wait for a server response as soon as we will write. Okay, so I will use promise options as that function name. So you can name it anything. Okay, so I will just like go ahead and copy this. I'm just naming it promise options because once we get the data from the server, I will send it back to async select as a promise. Okay, so I will write cons promise actions, and then what's the input value which we are typing. Okay, and then inside this we will return a fetch call value. Okay, so here I will write process dot env dot yeah, let me copy this thing, and then we have this person search. So if I go here, you can see here we have this person search thing. We'll just copy this, come back to our code, and I will just we don't need this API part. Okay, we need only this person search, and then our search text, and that search text is our input value which we will be typing in our input field in our multi-select. And then we will write then if this response is successful, then just convert it into JSON. and then again response better function, and here I will write if rest dot status, the same stuff as we did before, if that is true, and rest dot data dot length is greater than 0, then we will return rest dot data dot map x such that return an object, and that object will be named like value x dot id, because from our response we are getting id and name. And let me show you in our code. If I go here on person controller, okay, here we have this person search, and here you can see that we are sending back id and name. Okay, so that's why we are assigning this id to value, and then we have label, and we are assigning x dot name to it. Okay, this is it. And in case there is any error, not error, say if there is empty response, if rest dot data dot count is 0, okay, we will say alert, there is no movie data, not movie data, there is no actor matching this name. Okay, and in case there is any error, so I will say error getting data. Okay, so this is our promise options which we are using here. In async load options, we'll need on change event, we will use another event handler, that multi select change. Okay, I will just give it name multi select change, and that's it. I'll just close this up, and let's create this event handler also. So here I will use const multi select change data, such that what we will do is that we will say set actors. Okay, and we will set the data which is coming from our multi-select list, and also we need to set the actors field of our movie state variable. Okay, so for that, first let's convert it back to id and name format as our movie state variable have. So I will write where say people. Okay, I will just name it people, and I will say data dot map x such that return id such that x dot value, and name such name's value is x dot label. Okay, let's close this. And here again what I will do is that I will copy this thing, same thing, and we'll put it here, but this time it will be dot actors, and this value will be your people. Okay, and this will be the set movie part. So our multi-select change is also done. And after this multi-select option change, one thing is remaining, which is movie language. Okay, I will go ahead and copy this thing. Okay, and it's saying test area. It's not test area, it's text area. That's a typo, and this type will be your text, and it's a movie language. And also this name will be also movie language, and this variable name will be language. Okay, let me update this. We don't need this thing. And enter movie language, something like that, and handle field change. It is added as it is. And in the last, we need a button. Okay, so I will write button, import from React Bootstrap, right? And then I will write type is submit, and the value will be if movie is not null, and movie dot id if it's greater than 0. Okay, it means this form is used for update purpose right now. So I will write update. Okay, otherwise I will write it create. Okay, just let me format it again. And on submit, actually when we are submitting this form, actually I want it to do a post request on our API side. Okay, so here I will write on submit, just call this handle save event handler. Okay, which I will be creating. So I will write handle save. Let me copy this, and here at the top, handle, after handle file upload event, I will just write const handle save, and then we will have event, and on that event, first we want to prevent its default behavior, and the default behavior is that it will submit that form, but actually we want it to just post on the web API side, and then JavaScript will handle everything. So I will just write event dot prevent default. Okay, and then we will check if this form is valid or not. I will check the validity of that form, because we are using some fields where we have set it as required. So I write const form is equal to event dot current target. Okay, and we are checking if form dot check validity is equals to false. If it's not valid, so we will say okay, event stop propagation, and after that we will set validated, which is the state variable callback function, and it will set it to true. Okay, and then we will return. So in that case, if that form is not valid, we will say, okay, hey, there is some error, and we will stop the execution right now here. Okay, and then if it's valid, we will move ahead, and we will create first, we will copy the state variables. So let's write let movie to post is equal to movie. And as you know that uh, when we are posting a movie record, we are sending only the IDs of the actors. Okay, so here we will write, that's why actually we are copying this movie variable into another variable, movie to post. Okay, so here I will do movie to post dot actors is equal to movie to post dot actors dot map, and we will take only x dot id. We are only interested in id, so that's it. And now we need some decision making, that if it's a put request or post request, means if it's an update request or it's a create request. So here I will write if movie and movie dot id is greater than 0, then it's a update method, else it's a create method. So here on the update method, what we will do is that we will again use fetch, and in this fetch part, actually we will just copy this thing, this root URL of our project, our sorry web API, and here I will write plus movie. Okay, and then we need uh, some request parameters, which is method is put, and then we need some headers. Okay, so in the headers part we will say accept application slash json. Okay, and then control C control V, and then content dash type is also application slash json. Okay, and then we will have our body. So our body will be converted into json stringify. So json dot stringify, and we will stringify this movie to post object. Okay, and then let me just copy this whole thing also here, paste it. So after that response.json, then if response dot response dot status is triple is equal to true, and it has some data. Okay, so response dot data, in that case actually we are going to update the movie record. So I will just go ahead and set it like set movie to our rest dot data. Okay, and here I will add an alert. Alert will be updated successfully. Okay, otherwise error in getting data. So this is our push put request, and similarly we will have our post request if it's a create method. So the only difference is that you need to write it like post, and here we can write created successfully. So this is the part of creating the movie record. So let me save this. Okay, and now we need to use this edit movie component in our create movie model. Okay, so here I will go ahead and use this. So I will copy this edit movie, and if I come here and if I write import edit movie from edit movie, and instead of this I can just write here like edit movie. Okay, that's it. Let's save this, and it's restarting, and let's see our UI, front end UI. And if I click on this add new movie, let me close it like this way. Here you can see that we have this add new movie, choose file, enter movie title, movie description, release date, actors, and movie language. And this is like uh, with a create button. So let me just select a new file, and I will select this Batman Begins. Okay, and it says error in file upload. Or the issue in the file upload, it says 404. And what we are doing actually, we are doing API/API movie upload movie poster. So yeah, let me go back to our edit movie in point, and here we need to remove this API part. Save it again, come back here. So let me close this and refresh it again, and yep, let's create add a new movie. So I will select Batman Begins again, and this time it again saying it's error in data, but here you can see that it is fine. Okay, uh, it's doing correctly, but why it's not working here? So when we do handle file upload, what we are doing is that here it has come successfully profile image, but here it's not updating it, this part. Okay, so there must be some issues related to the response.json. So there is no any error here, but if I go to the console window here, okay, let's return it down what's going on here. So here I will write console.log response. Okay, and then I will return this JSON. Okay, let's save it again. Come back here. Okay, let me refresh this. Clear everything from here. Click add a new movie. Select this Batman Begins. And it says error in file upload. So if I go to console here, it says type course URL redirected false status 200. Okay, you're getting data, but the status is 200. Okay, its request is also okay. So let's go ahead and do the same thing here. Okay, in this part, and here I will just tag it uh, something like this. So I will just write it like res. Again, response, save it. Come back here, refresh it. I will just go ahead and clean all these things and select Batman Begins. And it says error in file upload in the console. We are getting this response. It is here, it is coming here. Okay, and if I just go ahead and copy this thing, put it here, you see, we can see this, but somehow it's not rendering it here. It means there is some error going on here at that part. Equal to rest dot profile image set movie. So let's try just comment out this thing, and let me save it again. Go back to our UI. Just wait for the compilation done. Disconnected. Let me press this again. Add a new file. Sorry, add a new movie and add a new upload a new file. Click on upload. Yep, this time this error did not occur. So it means the issue is with upload updating this set movie record. So somehow it's not allowing us to update this movie record here. Why? Uh-huh. So maybe it's a null and it's trying to update a null value. So let me change it to a empty object. Okay, just let me change it to empty object, and I will leave it as it is. Where it is? Where is it gone? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so let's save this again. Come back to our uh, page here, and I will select that Batman Begins again. And now it works. Okay, so that time it was because that of that null value, so it was that issue. And now let me just make this part small, and movie title is like Batman Begins. Movie description is the Christopher Nolan's. Okay, and release date, so maybe say, let's say it's January, okay, 2005 maybe. And actors, so here let's type Tom, and it's not working. Why is it like this?
So did it fire any request here? Sir, no. Okay. So as soon as I am typing, it's doing nothing. Okay. It's well, actually it should do a web API request. Let's see what's the issue this time. Um, async, async select, which is cache option. It's a multi. Its value is also actors. Load option is promise options. On change is multi select. Okay, multi select change. That's fine. And in our multi select, we are doing is we are setting the actors. But here, this is not the issue. The issue is this promise options. Okay, so promise option actually takes input value. Then what it is doing, that it's returning the fetch with the person search input value. Then it's going for that rest json and then doing all this stuff. The problem is that it's not triggering this request here. And what's the issue for that? Okay, so here we have our sync select. Okay, and we have this async select, react select. Let's check the website of react select. Okay, so I will just write react select, react select, hit enter, and I will go here on this react select page. If we go to the async, here says import async from react select async. Okay, and if I see here, okay, we don't have this async part here, so we need to just put it right here. Okay, that may be the cause of why it was not running at that time. Okay, so just save it, and let's come back to our react app. Okay, so here we have all these fields, and if I go to the actors, if I write Tom, so you see it's doing fetch, and here we have the Tom Cruise too. Okay, we can select it like this. So looks like it's working fine, and the language of this movie is English. Okay, and I can go ahead and click on create, and it should work fine. Yeah, created successfully. Click on OK, and here you can see now it's as update. Okay, and if I go ahead and click on movies again or refresh this page, here you can see that we have this Die Hard and Batman Begins. Okay, so that was our add new movie model dialog, in which we are using edit movie as a component. And in that edit movie component, up until now we have only added the create movie support. Okay, but we have not added functionality to edit the movie. Okay, and the main thing in editing the movie is that first we need to get all the details of the movie. Okay, then populate it into our component, which is edit movie, and then make some changes and post it back to our server as a put request. Okay, so we have actually already added that put request here. If you see this code here, this put request, so we have actually already added that code for updating the movie record, but we have not any call here at the load time to get the movie details if this component is used for editing the movie. Okay, so first of all, what I will do is that I will go to my movie item.js file here, and here I will add some buttons. Okay, buttons for seeing the detail of the movie, editing the movie, and deleting the movie record. Okay, so here, just after this div section, I will add a new button. and that will be using React Bootstrap. Okay, and on click event we will use we will send it to our movie details page. Okay, so here I will just write an event, and here actually we need to you know change the page. Okay, and so for that I will use React Router DOM. Okay, and for that actually first of all we need to import with router here. Okay, so I will just write import with router from React Router DOM. Here it is. Okay, and if we want to access the history. Okay, history means what pages user has visited in that open browser, or if we want to navigate the user to any other page without using link, we can use history. Okay, and that history is automatically injected when we wrap that particular component with router from the React Router DOM. So for this example, like in this movie item, what we can do is we can wrap this movie item inside with router. Okay, so here I will come and add with router, something like this. Okay, and here at the top, now in the props you will have another field called history available, because we are using with router. Okay, so here I will write props dot history dot push. Okay, and here we will need to push to the specific page where we want to navigate. So in this case actually we will use a URL like example.com slash details slash id. For that actually I will just go ahead and write it like this: details. Okay, let me put slash here, slash details slash, then we have props dot data dot id. Okay, and after that here we can see it like we can give this link some text like see details. Okay, and similarly we will have the same thing for the edit one. Okay, so for this thing actually I will write edit, and I can just write name like edit, and I will also use another button. Just copy paste this, another button where we will have this button's class as danger, means it will look like red because we are going to use it for delete option operation. Okay, so I will write variant danger. Okay, and on click actually we are not going to use push because we will not have any like dedicated page where we are going to delete the movie. We will just click this button and that movie record will be deleted. Okay, so we are not going to use this props here, and here actually I will just change this to delete, and also here let me give this danger. Okay, so on click method actually what we are going to do is that we will do a API call and we will delete this record. Okay, so what I will do is that I will just use props, and actually from the caller component, for so in this case like movie item is called from movie list.js, this thing here, and actually here we have get movies, and other event handlers. So what we will do is that we will define that delete movie API call here, and we will pass it to our movie items.js file. Okay, so here I will use props dot let's give this name delete movie. Okay, and we will just pass this id props dot data dot id here. Okay, so this will be a button for deleting the movie record, and our this component is done. So back to our movie list, let me copy this thing. Back to our movie list, we will come here and add that event handler. So I will write const delete movie, and here actually we are passing id, so id such that, and here we will call the fetch option. Okay, so what I will do is that I will just go ahead here and I will just copy one from here, like this. Let me copy this, and here in the delete movie part I will just paste it here. Okay, and here we need to pass the id. Okay, so movie is equal to id and is equal to, and then the id which we are passing here as a parameter, and then method will be delete. Okay, headers will be the same, and there is no any body. Okay, so we will remove this thing, and then when this response status is true, and actually in the delete option we are not sending back any data. Okay, if it's true, then we are going to alert it is deleted. Okay, deleted successfully. Or in our delete operation, if I go and open our code here, so in our movie controller, here you can see on delete method we are sending back message deleted successfully. Okay, so actually we can use that same thing here. So I will just go ahead and write rest dot message. So you can write your message directly here, or you can also write the incoming messages. So in case like here we are just simply showing error and getting, but in case you need to show the server side messages. So in case there is some error and you want user to know what went wrong, because you have multiple conditions like validations on that side, so you can show those messages like this as I am showing you here. Okay, and we are not setting any movie because delete record. And after that, actually what we will do, that we will run that get movies method again to get a new set of movies from the server. Okay, so here we will write get movies. Okay, let me save this thing, and back to our UI. Here we have these fields like see details, edit delete, see details, edit delete, and you are seeing that it has these buttons are too much. These buttons don't have any space in between. So let's change that thing. Let's add that. So here in the movie list, sorry, in movie item. So for that, actually what we will do, that we will just add some space here. Okay, so let me move this cursor here. So some space here, and then we will have some space here, and in the delete button we don't need any space. So back to our page, here you can see that now we have spaces in between these buttons. Now let's add this edit and see details part. So for that, first I will go to iapp.js file, and here we need to add some paths for our edit and movie details routes. Okay, so for that, actually what I will do is that I will just copy paste it, And here the first thing is that we need details. Okay, so this details page, and then here we will give it some id. So I will write colon movie id. And when we will work on this page, to get this id, actually we will request the request params with this identification. So when we will visit this page, we will just check if there is movie id in the request params, and then based on that we will get the movie details. Okay, so that's why we have named it like colon movie id. And then in the component, actually we will create another component named movie details. Okay, which will be actually movie detail, which we will be creating shortly. And then we have edit route. Okay, so I will just write edit, and the same way that I will have this movie id here also. And here in the component, actually what I'm going to do is that I will use this component directly. So as I've shown you, like we are using this component inside this create movie model, but also we can use it directly as a route here, or page here. Okay, so I will just use that thing. So I will use edit movie. Okay, and actually here we have edit movie already imported. Okay, so these are two uh, paths which we will need. We don't have movie details right now, so what I will do is that here I will just create a JS file, simple, and I will give it name movie details .js. And inside this, actually what I'm going to do is I will just copy this thing, paste it here, and from app.js I will just name it same as it is, just for the case. Just if we refresh, it will not give us error that movie detail does not exist. So that's why I created that. I will work it later after completing that edit movie part. Okay, so let's save this. It should not give any error. Okay, movie detail is not defined. Okay, yeah, it's not defined because we have not imported it. Okay, let's copy this thing here, and I will just write movie details, save it. Yep, it's fine. So here on edit movie id part, if I go to movie item, here you can see that this is the same thing is edit, and we are just passing this id. And for this edit movie part, we need to make some changes in our edit movie component. Okay, so back here what we are going to do is that as soon as this page loads, we are going to check if there is movie id in the request params or not. If there is no movie id, it means it is a create request. Okay, so at the very top of this page here, after all this state variable, I'm going to use effect. Yes, and in this use effect, I guess it has already imported it. Yeah, it has imported it. The first parameter will be our function, which will do some stuffs like it will check if there is id. If there is id, sorry, movie id, then it will go and get the details of the movie. Otherwise it will do nothing. Okay, so here, and yeah, it should run only the first time as soon as it loads. So I will just add an empty array here. Okay, and inside this use effect, the first thing which I'm going to do is I am going to check if there is ID in the request params or not. Okay, so I will just write if props dot match. Sorry, it's props. Okay, here we don't have props here, so I will just write props here. Okay, and then here I will remove this and write props dot match. So we are checking if there is this match a field in our props object or not. So if this is not undefined, okay, and if props not match dot params dot, then that id. Okay, so here in the app.js, actually you can see that we have given it name movie id. Okay, so we will just copy this thing and we will come here and we'll use this thing. So if there is movie id in the request params, so means if that movie id is not undefined, okay, undefined, then go ahead and get the details of that movie. Okay, so here we will write a fetch method. So fetch, and then here there should be, yes, this url. So fetch url plus movie, and then plus we will use this movie id here. Okay, movie id dot, then same thing, res converted to json. Okay, and dot, then res, so that if response dot status is equal to true, okay, then we are going to set the movie. Okay, so we are going to set movie to the res dot data. Okay, and also we need to set actors, but before setting the actors, uh, we will need to convert those, id and name value to value and label just for our multi-select list. Okay, so uh, one way is that, like here, if I show you, somewhere here what we are doing, that we are converting it in this format, id and name, and not here, actually here, yeah, actually here we are converting that id and name to value and label. Okay, the same way we need to do here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just I will write set actors. Okay, and inside this I will just write res dot data dot actors dot map, and inside this I will use x, such that then we will return an object where object's value key is x dot id, and label is x dot name. Okay, and add this semicolon in the last, and if there is any error, so catch error, we are going to just show alert, and I am just going to write the same thing, error in getting data, but you can use anything as per your business requirement. Okay, so this is the update part here. Let's save this thing back to our UI. Now, if I go ahead and click this edit button, you can see here it has shown us that same thing, and here you can see that it is showing us this means it has already populated all these things, like it's saying movie title is Die Hard, it's action movie, and also you can see that it has now populated this actor, and it's populated its name. That's because we have converted this value into value and label here and set it as actors. Okay, and then we have this movie language English, but here you can see it has not populated this release date part, and the issue is, let me show you what's the issue is. So if I open this console window here, and if I go to the movies list again and click on edit, here you can see that we have this edit request, and here in this time, here you can see this time is like year, month, date, then t time part where it has all these things, and here we have specified in this control that is this is type of date only. Okay, so in that case actually we need to remove all this time part, and we need to just keep it only this format, and that should be like year dash month dash date. If for some reason your release date is coming somewhat different, like month, date, then year, it will not work. Okay, this control requires the the date part in this format only. Okay, so we need to convert it, and so for that what I will do is that when after getting the movie data successfully from the server, we are going to just take the date part from there. Okay, so what I will do is that I will come here and I will say, okay, let movie data equal to res dot data, just copy this data in a local variable and do some validation. Okay, validation, why validation? Because that release date, maybe it's empty, so in that case we need to verify if release date is not empty, then only we are going to take that date part. Okay, so I will just go ahead and write movie data dot release date not is equal to null, and movie data dot release date is not is equal to undefined. Okay, in that case what we are going to do is that we are going to again set this release date as movie data dot release date dot split. Okay, and split by this character t. Okay, and then take the first part. Okay, so what we are doing actually here is that we are splitting this date by this thing, this separator which is t, and then this will be the 0 and this will be the 1, because it will just convert this thing into array. So this will be the first item which index will be 0, and this will be the second item which index will be 1. So we are just taking the first item which index is 0. Okay, so that's why we are setting it as split t and taking 0, and again assigning it to release date. And after that what I'm going to do is that we are going to set this thing here. Okay, so movie data and also movie data dot actors. Let's save this, come back to our UI, and here you can see now it has successfully updated this. Okay, this release date part. So that will be the same issue everywhere. So in case like here when we are doing put request, we are again getting the data back from the server. Okay, so in that case again we need to handle that date part. Okay, so I will go ahead and copy this thing. Let's copy this, come back here in this post success part, sorry, put success part, and then I am going to just remove this thing. Okay, and same way here, the set movie part, we are just going to use it like this. So let's save this, and now let's try to update this thing. Okay, so here we have movie description action. Let's change this to action movie, and let me just put it right down here, and let's change this release date to somewhere like um, you know 1st June. Okay, and Die Hard, let's give it name 2, and let's change it from English to Hindi. Okay, and yeah, again we need to update this file name. Okay, so let's just choose any file here. So I will use this Mission Impossible one. Okay, okay, and let's update it. And here we have this thing here. Let's remove this thing, and it says updated successfully. Click on OK, and now if we go to the movies, here you can see that it has successfully updated, and also it has successfully updated the movie name. Okay, so our delete and add movie part is done. Let's change this. Let's work on this see details movie part. So back in our code, we have this movie details component. So in this movie details component, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use first a state variable. So I will write const, and that will be movie, then set movie, and then I will say use state. Okay, and that will be by default null. Okay, and then also as from here, if I go to the app.js, we are passing this movie id here. Okay, so we will try to get that from the params. So I will just write const uh, movie id, and then we can use props, and actually we need to pass the props here. Okay, so props dot match dot params. So this is the way, just like here on this edit movie part, as you can see that here we are using this whole thing like props match params movie id. We can use it like this way, and it will actually by automatically extract that movie id and assign it to a movie id variable. Okay, and then after that we can use effect from React, and again the first part is your calling method, and second part in second parameters means what it will track, and we actually want it to just run only one time, so component will mount lifetime cycle we want to execute. So I will just use empty array. Okay, something like that. And here we need to just write that fetch request. So here in this edit movie part, I will go ahead again, copy this whole thing, come here in the movie details, and we are just going to use this movie id, which is this parameter, sorry, this constant. And then we are not going to change the release date here because we are not binding it to any input field. Okay, so we don't need this thing, and we also don't need this set actors record. We need only set movies. Okay, so I will just go ahead, copy this thing, put it right here, and remove this. Okay, and now in this render part here, we need to just display the incoming result. So here I will just use a row from React Bootstrap, and inside actually I will first write if there is movie. Okay, then only go ahead and render it. Okay, so that's why I'm writing movie, and then I am going to and then I'm going to write the render part. So here I will just go ahead and put it again in another fragment, because we will be using columns here, two columns. So I will just write call from the React Bootstrap. Okay, and it's item, and it's on a small screen it will be full width, and on the medium screen it will take like 4 columns. Okay, and I guess you get the idea that here we are going to show the image. So image, and you can use the bootstrap one, or you can use the normal HTML image tag. So here I am using normal HTML image tag, and here I am just going to write movie dot cover image, otherwise use no image, and we are going to go ahead and get that no image from here. There should be, yeah, here it is. Let me copy this thing, come here at the top, let me put it here, and so yeah, the src will be no image, and then let put some style. So style only for setting the width and height. So the width, not windows, width will be 300, and height will be also 300. Okay, and in the last, let's close this image tag, and same way I will just copy this thing, paste it here, and instead of 4 we are going to use 8, because in bootstrap we have 12 columns in a row. So 8 plus 4 is equal to 12. So here actually I'm going to display all the fields. So I will start first by a heading. So I will just put S3, and in the S3 I will just put it right, movie dot title. Okay, and again you can get this all fields from your response. Okay, so if I come here in our UI, and if I try it out, execute it, you know you can find all these fields from these json from this JSON response. So you will find all these keys from here. Okay, so movie dot title, and then again, and then we are going to show the movie description in a paragraph. So I will say movie dot description, and in case movie description is null or empty, we are going to show it NA. Okay, not available, something like this. Then we are going to use a div tag, and then I'm just going to use bold tag, and inside this I'm going to say language. So language, one part is language, another part will be our release date, and then we are going to show cast. So I will just copy and paste. So in the last line, in the last of this line, I will just go ahead and click and hit Control C and then Control V 2 times. Okay, and in the first one I will use release date, and here the second one I will use cast, or the actors appearing in this movie. And for the language, I will just write div, and then I will write movie dot language. And then for the release date, actually I am going to use another div, and here we can write movie dot, oh, forget the curly brace, so write movie dot release date. And actually again it will show you that the time part also, so I will just go ahead if that release date is available. Okay, then again split it. Okay, so movie dot release date dot split. And again you can go ahead and put the validation, in many parts, as I have shown you, some in some places how to do validation on the UI, just like I showed you for the match params. You can apply the same way on other areas where I am not implementing those validations. Okay, so here I will just go ahead and write split by t, and then just take the zero part for the first part here, and then let's close this. And after that, in the last, we will use another div, and here we will print all the actors in a comma separated value. Okay, so I have actually written it here in the movie items, I guess. Yeah, here it is. So I will go ahead and copy this thing and come back here in the movie details part, and here I will write movie, and then I will paste it movie.actors.map, and let's close this thing. Okay, and in the last, actually I will go ahead and add one more column. Okay, and here actually I'm going to use a link. So link, yeah, from React Router DOM, a link to slash. Okay, and here I will say it like go to homepage. Okay, so let's save this. Come back to our UI, and here if I click on this see details, here you can see that it is now showing us the Die Hard 2 action movie, language Hindi. It is not showing us the release date and Tom Cruise, the cast and crew. Why it's not showing us the release date? Is there a release date here? Yep, here's the release date. I guess there is some typo. So okay, here we have written release data. Okay, so it's release date. That's the some you get the issues because not on this thing IntelliSense is not very good. Okay, so just save it again, come back here, and here you can see that it is the release date right here. So back to the movies, we have completed our edit and see details. Now we need to do our delete part. Okay, so for the delete part, actually we have defined delete method in our movie list. So if I go here, and if I go to the movie item, here we have delete movie, and here we have movie list for this no delete movie call. Actually we have added, but we are not using it anywhere. Okay, so we need to pass this delete movie to our movie item. Okay, so I will just copy this delete movie, come back here, and in this movie item, what I'm going to do is just I will paste it here, and then here I will again paste it, but here this thing is indicating this thing, and this delete movie is indicating this delete movie part. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's save it and back to our UI. If I go ahead and click on delete, it says deleted successfully. Click on OK, and here you can see now it has only one delete, only one movie. So if I refresh it again, you can see we have only one movie. So our movie part is done. Now let's focus on our actors part. Okay, so back to our code. Here is our actors component, and the first thing here is that we will add uh, we will add our actor listing here. So we are not going to use any state variable here, so I will just remove all this thing, and I will just go ahead also remove this thing, and inside this let's first add a row. Okay, row from React Bootstrap, yes. And inside this row I am going to use two columns, as we are, it's very similarly we are using it here in this landing page. Okay, similar to this, I will just copy this thing actually, and come back here in the actors part, and I will paste it here, tab, and here I will write it actors, and then we will use here add new actor. And here actually on landing page we are using show model dialog, but here we are not going to use show model dialog. Okay, actually here I will use a page for creating an actor. So before adding all those things, let's add those components routes here. Okay, so we have already this actors part here, and then I will add another route, and then I will add another route for editing or creating actors, and another route for seeing the details of the actor. And as you see, we don't need any route for deleting the actor or movie. Actually, I'm going to just copy and paste it two times. Okay, here in the actors, actually I will go ahead and add a path create edit. Okay, create edit. And actually I'm just trying to show you the different ways how you can achieve these things, just to give you an idea of, you can manage it differently. It all depends on you. Okay, so actors, create edit, and after that actually I'm going to create a new component which will be called create edit actor, similarly to our edit movie component where we are creating and editing the movie. We are going to create another component, create edit actor, to create or edit an actor. And then here in this part we are going to use a route for seeing the details of a particular actor. So I will just write actor slash details slash, and then identification for getting the ID of the actor, means param, match params ID. Okay, so I will use actor ID here, and the component will be actor detail. Okay, I'm not going to hit Control S because otherwise it will break. And now I am going to create these two components. Okay, so first one is create edit actor. So here in this component I will go ahead and add a new file, give it name create edit actor.js, and then again also we will need actor details. actor details.js. And also we have not created movie, just like we created movie list and movie item, we have not created actor list and actor item. I will go ahead and create it at the same time. So I will just write actor list.js and then actor item.js. And for the actor item.js, actually, uh, let's leave it. I will see if I can show you, just to, because I have already shown you how you can put list and item in different component, but I will just, I guess, show you how you can use it in the same component. Okay, so I will just leave it as it is. And coming back to our um, actor.js file. Okay, I will just drag it somewhere here. Why it's not dragging? Yep, here. And let me just control C, and let me paste it here. Remove this thing. Okay, all control C, control V here, and paste it here. Okay, and in your app.js, actually this thing created name is create edit actor. So here I will give it name create edit actor, save it, this thing. And actor details, so actor details is here, save it. And then we will go ahead in our actors.js file here, and here on click, we need to send it to our create edit actor component route, okay, which we have added here. So I will just go ahead and copy this, and here in this actors part we are going to use props.routes, props.history. Okay, so I will write props here, and here I will write props dot history dot push, and I will paste it like this. Sorry, put it in quotation and paste it like this. Okay, now as we are using history here, we need to use with router. Okay, so I will use import with router from React router DOM, and then rapid put the actor inside this with router. Okay, and now we can save this thing. Okay, it's saying call is not defined because here we have not imported it. It's saying button is also not defined. That's good. Save it. Okay, so if we come back here on our UI, you can see we have this actors and we have this add new actor, but we don't have the list of actors here. So I will go ahead and add a means just similar to our landing page here, where we have this movie list. We are going to use actor list here. Okay, so I will write it actor list. Okay, and I am going to import it here. So I will write import actor list from in the parent folder. So double dot slash components slash actor list. Okay, and here in this actor list part, I will go ahead and name it as actor list. And in this actor list, we are actually going to do the same thing as we are doing with our landing page. So I will go ahead here in this landing, not in the landing, actually movie list. Okay, I will come here and I will just copy all this thing. Okay, let me just copy all this thing from here to here and put it here in our, sorry, put it here in our actor list. Okay, something like that. And instead of movies, we will have actors. Okay, and set actors user state is null. So what I'm going to do is that I will just go ahead, actually copy these two lines, otherwise it will give us error. I put it like this, actors, and then we have actor count, and we can say set actors count. So let me say actors count, and the page will be the same. And on the fetch, actually, what we are going to do is that instead of movie, we are going to fetch person. Okay, so we are going to use person. Let me double check our UI, sorry, backend uh, API endpoint. So here it is, yeah, API slash person. So come back here. So person, page sizes, this thing, page index will be the same way, and we need to set actors. Okay, and that will be rest data person. Okay, and then set actor count. Okay, so I will use set actors count, and that will be rest data count, and then your paging size. Okay, and in case there is no actor data in system, get uh, then we are getting, we are catching the error if there is any error. And actually this thing which we are calling get movies, it should be called get person. Okay, so get person, and that should be called here at this stage. Okay, and after this we are handling the page click. So we are setting the page selected. Then we have this delete movie, which should be called delete person, because now we are dealing with person. So delete person, and then person, and after that again we are doing get movies, so we will do get person. And down here in this return part, actually we are going to check if there is actors, and if actors are not just empty array, in that case we'll use actors dot map. And here actually at that time I was using movie item, but I'm just going to show you how you can put it right here without using any other component. So that's kind of easy. And what I'm going to do is that I am going to use the row from React Bootstrap. Okay, so in this case, like if actors is not null, in that case we are going to put it inside a div. Okay, so here I'm going to use a div, and again here also just closing div. Okay, and put that curly brace here, remove this thing, and yep. Okay, so this is our row, and in React it says if you are looping anything, just put the key. So I will just use key and this part. The second uh, parameter is the index. Okay, and then we are going to use column. Okay, so in this column we will have one div. Okay, and on this div actually we are going to say that on click. Okay, just go to the movie details. Okay, so I'm not actually going to use on click here right now. Just show you why I'm going to use on click is because inside this div we are going to show the actor name. Okay, so I will just make it bold and also make it underline. Okay, simple HTML stuff, and I'm going to use m dot name. Okay, because for the person we have only three fields, ID, name, date of birth. Okay, so um, in movie list components we had a button. I'm just going to uh, use a way that if user clicks on this user's name, they will be sent back to the details page of the actor or person. Okay, so that's why I was adding this on click here. So I will write now, go ahead and add on click. And on click again I will use props history. So for using props history actually we need to use um with router. Okay, so let me copy with router from here because I'm lazy, I don't want to type too much. And from this with router I will go ahead and wrap it around this thing with router. Okay, and here we can write is there props here? Nope, there's no props, so I will just use props here. So here in this thing, in this area I will write props dot history, and I will write dot push. Okay, and then I will write slash actor. Actually I will go ahead and copy this thing. Okay, this slash actor slash details, then actor ID. Okay, so I will just write it like this, and then we will pass the ID, so that will be m dot id. Okay, so this is the name part, and then we will need two buttons, and those two buttons will be for editing the person record and deleting the person record. Okay, so let me go ahead and copy those two buttons from movie list, like here somewhere. Is this in movie item? I guess this is in movie item. Yeah, here movie item. Here we have, okay, these two things. Let me copy this thing, and back in our actor list I will go ahead and put it right here. So in the movie edit page, actually I showed you how you can pass the ID and use the match location to get the ID. But here I'm going to use something different, and this time instead of just passing this ID is this way, I will use an object. Okay, so first let me just get this URL from here. Okay, so just copy this thing back here. I will put it like this. Okay, and now instead of just adding it here like this, I am going to use comma. Okay, and I will use an object, and here the key will be data, and then we will pass the whole you know person record as a parameter. Okay, like this. and here we have this edit button. Okay, and then we will have this delete button, and actually this is our actor list, and here we have this delete person directly here. So I will not go ahead and because here we were passing it into another component, that's why we are using props, but here we are using it in the same component. Okay, here as delete persons, I will just copy this thing and paste it here, and I will remove these props. Okay, so this is our delete button. Okay, and in the last, let me put a horizontal line here, so HR. So this is our actor list. Let me save this thing, and also save this thing also. And here it is saying use effect is not defined in actor list. Okay. Uh-huh. Use effect is not defined. React paginate is not defined. Okay. Where was that movie list? It should be here. React paginate. Yeah. Let me copy this thing. Put it here. And it's saying movies count is not defined. What? Okay, somewhere we have movies count. Where is this movies count? Let me. This is what happens when you have. Okay, here it's not movies count. Actually, it's actors count. So this will be your actors count, and there is again somewhere like movies. Okay, it says get all movies, get all person. Okay, save this. Now back to our UI. You can see here we have actors, Tom Cruise, edit and delete. Okay, so back to our code. We have our actors landing page and actors listing page is done. Now we need to work on getting the actor details, creating and editing the actor, and then deleting the person. Actually, deleting the person is already done here. So we need to work on getting the details of the actor and creating and editing the actor. So I will first go ahead with the actor details because it's pretty easy. All we need to do is get the details of the actor and put it right here. And actually what we can do is that we can use the movie details of it will be similar to this thing. Okay, so I will just go ahead and copy this thing from here to here, come back to our actor details, paste it here, and it will be actor, and then set actor, use state null, and then we are using actor ID. That should be right now here. So here you can see we have actor ID here, so that's why we named it actor ID. And here I will say person, and then I will use actor ID, and then we will say set actor response data, and then here we will say actor. If actor is available, then actually we don't need any we are not using any image. If you want, you can use the image. In that case, you will need to add the image upload API also for actor, or you can use the existing one and use it to send that image URL with the post or put request of the actor. You will need, all in all, you will need one more property for saving the actor's profile image, which we are not using here. So here we are just going to use actor dot name. Okay, and then we have only date of birth of actor, date of birth. So actor dot date of birth, and then here actually we need to update this thing. Okay, it's not release date, so date of birth is actually also will be the same. So we are going to remove these two things. Okay, so date of birth is here, and then what movies that actors has appeared. So movies, and as you can see, if we come here in this person detail, so if I go ahead and just try it out, person ID 1, hit execute, you can see that it has this movies with an string array, with a string array. Okay, so come back here and I will just write actor dot movies, okay, map x dot name and dot join, but we are not going to join it. Actually we will uh, show it as a list. Okay, so I will remove this thing, and instead of div I will just use another list, ul, and this x will be, x dot name will be replaced by only x, because here we are getting only the string, and that should be inside your list item li. Okay, so let me delete this and put this x inside curly brace. Okay, something like this. We remove this thing, and here I will say go to actors page, and here I will write actors. So that should be enough. Let me save this thing, go back to our um, page, means our UI, and if I click on this I should get, I did not get anything here. Why is it? So actor details is actor details, and what, on actor list, on click we are doing history.push m.id. Oh, here it is, because we have not saved this part. Okay, so I will just save it, and it says that create edit actor is not defined. Yeah, we need to import these fields, so I will just copy paste it 2 times. First one is create edit actor, so create edit actor from components, create edit actor, and another one is actor details, and that will be your actor details. Save it, and in our actor detail it's saying too much things are not defined. Okay, because here we don't have props, we forget that props, then we forget to use state and use effect. So I will go ahead and copy this 2 things, and in the bootstrap it will say call and link, all these things are not defined. I will just go ahead and copy paste this, and with router we are not using here, but we are using link here, so I will use link from React router. Save it. Yep, it's working fine. Now if I come here you can see that it's saying Tom Cruise date of birth and Batman Begins, and it's coming here. Let me check why it's coming there. So we are saying go to actors page, and actually the issue is that here we have this MD8, it should be 12. Yep. And here we have, okay, so name of the person, date of birth, movies, he has appeared in Batman Begins. And go to the actor page. If you click on this, you will come back to the actor page. So now only one thing remaining is to just create this edit or add new actor page. So back to our code, create edit actor page. Here what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create a new form, and that form will be very much similar to our edit movie. So what I'm going to do is just that first I will just select all this thing, because every time I get this thing is missing, that thing is missing. So create edit actor, let's paste it here, and back to our edit movie.js. From our return method, I will copy all this thing. Of course we don't need all of them, so I will delete them. So but first let's paste it here, and let's review it. Okay, so into the form, no validate, yeah, we will use it. We validated, we will also use it. Handle save. From the from group, image and upload image we are not using in this form, so I will remove this thing. And from this title, actually we are using name. Okay, so I will use name, and I will just say not person title, just name. Okay, name. And then we have this movie. Okay, so I will just write it like actor, actor dot, and actor dot name. Okay, and here at the top I will first use some state variable. So I will write validated, then I will use set validated. Okay, I will use set state, and that will be false. Okay, another thing is that we need actor and set actor, so I use const actor comma set actor. Okay, and last time I was using null or empty object, so you can use it the same way, or you can uh, use a kind of some default data. So like here, I know the actor entity has id, name, and date of birth. Okay, so I can just give it by default id 0, name by default is like null, and date of birth by default I can give it undefined. Okay, so in this case, if we set it like this, we don't need to check it like this, if actor and actor dot name. So if we just put it like this, it's fine. Okay, because we have now a default value for all these fields. So like here, after that I can give it the name same as the property of field name. Okay, and it's required type text, and autocomplete of enter name. Okay, and on change is handle field change. Okay, so I will go ahead and actually I have to come here again and again and again. I will just put it somewhere here, and I will copy this handle field change thing. Okay, I will just copy this, put it here, and instead of movie we are going to use actor, and we are going to use set actor. Okay, and now here uh, please enter name. I will use only this thing. And then we have only one field remaining is date of birth. Okay, so form, actually I have form, not movies, form actor. Okay, so form actor name, form actor date of birth. Okay, and I will just write date of birth. Okay, and here uh, in the name part, actually its name is date of birth, so I will write date of birth. This field name is date of birth, and value will be actor dot date of birth. Its required type is date, handle field change again, only these two things. And please enter date of birth. So I will say please enter date of birth, and I will just remove these two fields because we don't need that. Okay, and on submit, if there is actor and actor.id is greater than 0, then update, otherwise create. Same simple thing. We need to use the handle save event. So in the edit movie there is handle save event that should be here. Yeah, here it is. So let me copy this handle save event, copy, and paste it here. So let's review this. So here at the top it says handle save means passing the event, then we are preventing default, then we are getting the current form and checking its validity. Okay, and then here we don't need this thing because at that time in the movie part we need to post only the actor's id, but here we don't have such requirements. So I will just go ahead and remove this thing, and here I will say okay, if there is actor and actor.id is greater than 0, then it's a update request, so it will be the same, and instead of movie it's a person. Okay, method is put same thing, but in the body we are passing actor. Okay, and after we get the response from there, um, we will need this really this date logic, because also in date of birth we are getting the time part. So but yeah, instead of movie data we are going to use person data. Okay, and let's copy and paste this here. And instead of set movie, actually I'm going to use set actor, and instead of release date we are going to use date of birth. Okay, so I will just copy this and put it here like this. Okay, and let's copy this again here in this part, in the create part. Again I will write person. Okay, and then the post, and then your actor object, and then in this success response we are going to use this person data. Okay, and instead of set movie we are going to use set actor, and did I change it here? Yeah, person data, and then we have this date of birth. So I will put it like this here. Okay, so that part is handle save part is done. Now, uh, one thing is remaining, that as this is fine, this is work very fine when we will do create, but in case we are going to edit it, we need to get the actor detail from the API. But this is actually a little bit different from the movies API. Movies create edit UI. If you remember, in the uh, movies created component, we are passing the ID only. Okay, so here if you see, um, at this place we are only passing movie ID. Okay, but when we are creating the person, okay, so let me check it here. It's in the actor list, I guess. I sometimes forget. Yeah. So here actually we are passing that whole person object which we got from the API. Okay, you see here we are passing this M. Okay, and M is the one item in the actors. Okay, so, and actually this M contains all the fields which we are going to update. It contains name and ID only. Sorry, name and date of birth only. So instead of here getting the data from the API, we can set that incoming person data to our set actor. Okay, although it's not a good idea, but just giving you although it's not a good way to use the in-memory data. Maybe it could be like someone added that record, and he spent like 10 minutes without refreshing it. Okay, and then he clicks on the edit record, and actually we are not getting the data from the API, and somewhere some other users changed its record there. Okay, so you will not have that the present record from the API. Okay, this is the drawback of this method, but I am just showing you that how you can do this. Okay, so I will go ahead and use effect. Okay, so I will use effect, and the first parameter will be your method, and here we are going to say, okay, props, and I always forgets to use props here. Okay, so props dot location. Now this time we are going to use location because we are passing that as a value, sorry, as a object when you're using props dot history. And the ideal situation will be like when you are say you have done some operation, and now you're navigating to any other component. Okay, and you need to pass some message. Okay, so you can use this way. Okay, when as I am passing the person object, you can pass some messages, and you can check if that message is here or not, and use it that way. So props dot location dot state, if it is there. Okay, and uh, props dot location dot state dot data is present, and data means this thing. So if I come here, um that was movie details, sorry, actor list. Okay, data means this part. Okay, this data. So if it is present, and if that data ID is greater than 0, okay, in that case we are going to set that actor record. Else, okay, else we are going to set actor And in the set actor, I will just set id as 0, comma, name as empty. Okay, otherwise we are going to use the same thing where it is we are using the put request, something like that. Yes, let this person data, and I will come here, paste it like this, shift tab 2 times, and instead of response data we are going to use this state data. Okay, so I will copy this and I will use it here. Okay, so yeah, um that's it. Looks like fine. We don't need all these things, so I will just remove this. We also don't use this image. Let's save this. Do we have any button here? Yeah, we should have button here. Yeah, so let's save this. And it says prop is not defined, where I have written prop. Okay, it's prop here, so props. And movie data is not defined in line number 16, line number 60. So line number 16 we have movie data. No, it's not a movie data, it's person data. Okay, and where do we have movie data? Here we have movie data. Do we have movie data here also? No. Save it. Yeah, it's done. So come back to our UI. So if I click on details, you can see here's our detail. Let me just make it smaller. Go to the actors page, click on edit. So here's Tom Cruise 2. I will say Tom Cruise 22, or just name it like Tom Cruise. Okay, and then the date of birth of Tom Cruise. Change is date of birth. So here actually I will write it's like 3rd of July. Okay, so 0703, and it's 1962, so 1962. Okay, and let's update it. It says updated successfully. Okay, if I go to the actors page, see the details. Here we have this record, means this date of birth is updated, also name is updated. If I go to actors page again, click on add new actor, and here I am going to add Christian Bale. Okay, Christian, but you can see here I cannot write anything. Okay, I'm trying to write, but I cannot write anything. Why is it? Okay, so if I come here in my code, create edit, here we have that form actor name is equal to name, value is equal to actor dot name, otherwise like null, this thing. And then we have on change handle field change. Okay, and actually it was working fine on when we were editing the record. Okay, so it was working fine. Let's see. Oh, here you can see it's going on like crazy. Okay, if I go ahead and maximum update depth exceeded, this can happen when a component called set state inside use effect, you know lots of time. I will go ahead and stop this. Okay, come back to our code, and here at the top you see here we are using use effect, but we have not said then that when it will run. So what is going on is that it's running at every update. So that's why we need the second parameter. Okay, if you don't give it the second parameter, it will think that it has to run this method on every time this component is being rendered. And here actually we want this code to render, this code to run, this use effect to run only when this component is mounted. So I will use an empty array like this. Okay, save it again, come back here and click on add new actor, and this time let's write uh, Christian Bale. Okay, so I will write, now it's working fine. Okay, so I will write Christian Bale, and his date of birth is uh, actually it's January 30, 1974, and actually I have this date of birth written. Okay, so 1974, and let me create it. So it says created successfully. Okay, come back to actors. Here we have, so our this create functionality is also working. So if I go ahead and see Christian Bale records, so here it's Christian Bale, but he's not appeared in any movies. I will go to actors page. Now let's add another actor. I will just add something, any name, and I will just give it any ID, and just let's give it actor one. Okay, and create it. Do okay. Come to the actors, and here you can see we have page number 2. So we can go to this page number 2, because in our code, here you can see in our environment we have set up the paging size to 2. So I have just put it right here. You can use it on your component itself. It all depends on you how you want to design it. Okay, so this is our paging working fine. And let's delete this sector. So if I click on delete, it says cannot read property ID of undefined every time it happens. Okay, so it says props.data.id, and this is the issues when you copy and paste the code from one component to another component. You just forget this thing. Okay, so I will go ahead and uh, find where that component is. Actually it will say actor list. Okay, so actor list, we have this props.id, and it should be m.id. Okay, save it, come back here, and let's click on delete, and it says deleted successfully. And here if I go to page number 1, it is showing Tom Cruise and Christian Bale. Okay, so it looks like our uh, front end part is also done. Let me close this thing. Okay, come back to the movies, and let's add a new movie. Or just let's edit it, because I just showed you one how to you can add one actor. Okay, now if I go ahead and click on edit, and we have Tom Cruise here, but here we have also Christian Bale. So if I just write Christian Bale, here you can see we have Christian Bale. We select this, click on update, it says updated successfully. Come back here in the movies list. Here you have Tom Cruise, Christian Bale, or if you see the details, you will have Tom Cruise, Christian Bale. And if you go to the actors and see Christian Bale, here you can see it has Batman Begins. Okay, now let's add a new movie. Select the Dark Knight. Okay, and say the Dark Knight. Description movie is second description of the movie is second movie in series, and release date is, I don't know when, where it's delete, sorry, I don't know when it's release date. It's, so I will just write January, 1st January what, 2011. Yeah, and actors Christian Bale, and movie language is English. And I will just go ahead and create it. Click on OK and close this. And if I refresh it again, here you can see the Dark Knight. So as you saw that when we created this new record, this thing was not automatically updated, because we need to run that get movies function on the home page. Okay, so one thing is just a homework for you. Just you can do some R&D and find a way, using the tricks which I have shown you here, and trigger the refresh of this page. Okay, so this was a very simple CRUD application using ASP.NET Core 5 Web API and ReactJS. And if you like this video, uh, hit that like button. If you have any question, just put it in the comment section, or if you have any tutorial request, do let me know in the comment section. I hope this video was helpful for you, and thanks for watching, and I will meet you with any other tutorial next time. Have a good day.